be a light of peace among the people and a blessing to other nations on earth. We pray for our Prime Minister and members of the Cabinet, for the members of the Senate and the House of Assembly, and those who make our laws, for the judges and officers of our courts. Give courage, wisdom, and foresight, that human rights may be safeguarded and justice served. For our youth, the leaders of the future, we thank you for the energy and enthusiasm and the potential that they have. We ask that, inspired by your spirit, our young people will have courage to speak out against the scourges of violence within our nation. And they may use such opportunities as today to hone their skills as they play their part in serving faithfully in their generation and ours, to the honor and glory of your holy name. Amen. And now, as our Savior has taught us, so we pray. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory, forever and ever. Amen.
This House is in session.
Okay. Announcements by His Honor the Speaker, messages from Her Excellency the President, petitions, papers, government notices, private members, notices, notices of questions, reports from select committees, first reading of bills, statements by ministers, congratulatory and/or obituary speeches, personal explanations, motions for leave of absence, oral replies to questions, notices of motions for the adjournment of the House on matters of urgent public importance, orders of the day. Government business.
Government business.
Order number one. In the name of the Honorable Prime Minister and the leader of government business, to move the passing of a resolution that the Barbados National Youth Parliament present a communique to the Ministries of People Empowerment and Elder Affairs and Youth and Community Empowerment, calling for a national action plan on violence and measures to reduce violence in the communities, schools, and homes, including, but not limited to, the creation of the information campaigns using current data to raise public awareness to the existence and extent of violence against marginalized groups, including the disabled, women, and LGBTQI community. The creation or expansion of training programs for parents with the aim of preventing violence by reinforcing safe, stable, and nurturing relationships between children and their parents and caregivers. Creation of mandatory social development programs in the schools with the requirement that all school-aged children participate in a formal extracurricular activity. Reducing the appeal and availability of alcohol by raising alcohol prices and repurposing the NCSA to create a fit for purpose program for chronic drinkers. Creation or expansion of victim identification, care, and support programs by the Royal Barbados Police Force. Denounce violence in all its forms and encourage a zero-tolerance approach to violence of any kind in Barbados. And B, call for the Public Affairs Department to adequately publicize the agencies available to assist victims of such violence, and for a whole of Barbados approach encompassing the private sector, government, and the third sector in addressing violence.
I recognize the Honorable Prime Minister and Leader of Government Business. Before you start, I am informed that we have the Director of Youth Affairs, the Clerk of Parliament, the Principal Youth Development Officer, and my good friend, Mr. Smith, in the public gallery. Leader of Government Business, you have the floor.
Okay. I'm told I have to start over the presentation, but I have no issues with that. Mr. Speaker, sir, again, I rise with great excitement to speak on the issue of violence in this country, Barbados. I rise with great passion to speak on the issues facing our young people in Barbados. Just last week in another space, speaking before these honorable members, I had the opportunity to say, I had a heavy heart. A heavy heart because of the state of affairs in Barbados as it relates to violence. I want to speak to you, honorable members, and the people of Barbados, and tell you about an African proverb. I'm sure some of you may think it's a Caribbean proverb because we accept it as well, but it's the simple notion that it takes a village to raise a child. Now that proverb isn't anything that requires any scientific breakdown, any legal analysis. It simply is the concept that the community is also responsible for the development of people and young people in Barbados. Back in the days across the Caribbean, even in Barbados, we had a situation where Miss Mavis could talk to Mr. Maynard, grandson, and say, listen, my man, pull up them pants. My man, the streetlights coming on, you ain't got homework to do. We live in a country now where people are afraid. I don't want to talk to any young person and tell them, you're going down the wrong way, because you fear what the response might be from that young person. Now, I'm not here to blame and bash young people. The people in the public do that enough. I'm here to remind Barbadians that they have a responsibility to play their part in the development of young people. Once upon a time, and I say once upon a time deliberately because it seems like a fairy tale moment, the church understood they had a role to play in society. Once upon a time, you would hear stories of young people getting up together, and going down to church on Sunday morning, or even Saturday morning for Sabbath school. In fact, I know of people who went to both church on Saturday and then had to get up and go to church on Sunday. We don't have that culture anymore. We live in a society now where preachers from the pulpit say that young people are evil. These young people are disgusting. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want us to remember and remind ourselves that we have to be our brother's keeper. The Prime Minister said it some time ago that, we are all a part of the same neighborhood. Barbados is our country. And if you lived in a neighborhood and you saw there was a young fella coming through doing some weird things, you would call your neighbor and say, well, listen, this young man came through here. I don't understand what is he doing. We need to pay attention to this and do something about it. But we live in a society now where people lock their doors, close their windows, and what is out there has nothing to do with me. That is not the position we should be taking as Barbadians. Our young people need us. Today we have lost that sense of village. We're in an age where families no longer live together. We've lost that sense of, cohabitation and coming together. Uncle could speak to nephew, grandmother could speak to stepson. That type of, we don't have that anymore. So we're leaving our children to be raised by Uncle Netflix and Auntie YouTube. No real guidance, Mr. Speaker. In today's Barbados, there aren't many young people that you want to or feel comfortable pulling aside and saying, well, hey, I want you to do a little better. Only a few take kindly to this type of instruction and guidance and advice. Now, for those of you who may say that, this village thing is hogwash, it's not necessary. What are you talking about? You're confusing Bajans. We want that. White people in my business, you shouldn't be telling my child nothing. You ain't push them out. I am a product of the village. Many people don't know, but I grew up running around in Bush Hall. I know what it is to sit under the retirement tree with the fellas. I know what it is to see people passing and pushing drugs. I grew up in that type of community. Now you see me here standing as Prime Minister of Barbados National Youth Parliament, and you think, that is a young man we want our young people to be like. Why you can't be more like he? Understand that it took a village to raise me. The church played a part in my development. The Seventh-day Adventist Church was a critical element in me understanding that I have a responsibility to other people. I'm not simply here to live For myself, I have a responsibility to look out for other young people. The Allen School played a great role in my personal development. My teachers took special interest in how I would do leaving school. I am a product of the village. The Ministry of Youth, Mr. Speaker, sir, has played an important role in my development professionally and personally. We see these young persons here, and I'm happy to see that we're bringing back this spirit of youth parliament, because you young people must understand that people came before you, and they were a product of this village. Youth Parliament is a developmental program so that you can understand that you are lending your voice. You are lending your voice in this honorable house for the representation of other young people in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, I grew up with a community that understood we need to look out for him and we need to look out for others like him. I didn't grow up with a lot of fancy things. I was never one of the children to go to school with the North Face and, the special brands. I didn't have that luxury. But I understood my education was important, and my teachers understood that they needed to play a role in my development. We have teachers now who throw up their hands and say, not me, Miss Thing, die my problem, die my child. No, it isn't written in their job description, but you have a responsibility to look out for young people who are in your care. Teach them some moral values. And I'm framing this to share that, young people need spiritual guidance. Whether you take them to church or the masjid or the temple, they need spiritual guidance. They need to understand that there's something bigger than them. You are not God. You don't give, nor should you take life. Mr. Speaker, sir, I just want us to disillusion ourselves from this idea of what the ideal young person should be and should look like. Now, I shared my story with you today. I shared personal accounts of the fact that I grew up in a neighborhood that had violence. I didn't grow up with much at home. I had a difficult family circumstance, but here I am today. I just finished graduating from UE, praise God. And that was through provisions by this government that understood that education is an important element in the self-identification of young people in this country. It's a vision that we long understood when free education was provided in this country. We have a situation in Barbados that is unlike many places. Now, despite what some may argue or some may believe, young people aren't born violent. No child comes out the womb waving a gun. As a matter of fact, one minister of education said, the children got in demons. I refuse that statement, Mr. Speaker. I refuse that statement. Our young people are bright. Our young people need guidance. Now, studies will tell you that the first 7 years of a child's development is when they're most impressionable. So their brains are plastic and they're responsive to change. Therefore, unsafe conditions, negative interactions, can lead to irreversible outcomes, which can affect the child's future for the remainder of their lives. Now, based on this type of reasoning, it is imperative that the interventions we need to prevent violence in this country start from young. Now, some may question, well, why is the honorable member going over the village and children? We're not here to debate children's rights, but I'm telling you that those first 7 years of a child's life are critical. And that is where we need to start our interventions. That is where we need to start targeting young people for the future. The horse has left the stable in some instances. We can't pull some back, but we can start now to ensure that we don't have a future where we have 7 and 20 murders in 1 week. Barbados has an exemplary social system. Only in Barbados, you can come as a CARICOM national and have access to free education and free healthcare. Barbados has a social system that looks out for our young people. We have state-sponsored childcare services. We have daycares that, you can take the children to so they can work on their development. You have to go to work. We have a care system for that. We have organizations that focus on parent education. I want to give kudos to Barbados for the work it has been doing in parent education over the years. We have charitable organizations that have stepped up to the plate to play their part in the representation of young people. Organizations like the Faith Marshall Harris Sandy Lane Charitable Trust Helpline has played an important role.
No, you have 2 more minutes.
Played an important role in protecting young people in Barbados. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of today is ensuring that we have protections for our young people, ensuring that there's some way that we can support them. Mr. Speaker, sir, I am happy to stand with this government and propose our national plan of action. It is what we consider to be not a complete, but first step in the right direction of changing the trajectory for the lives of many young people. Mr. Speaker, sir, I'll turn to the resolution in a minute as I prepare to close. To point out a few things. Mr. Speaker, we're speaking and we're asking for this support. And I'm telling you now that there should be no politicizing of pertinent issues. This is an issue that affects both of us. So whether you sit on the government or whether you sit on the opposition, violence is an issue that affects each and every one of you. So this isn't a moment for us to stand and be pompous in political persuasions about why what is being said by the government isn't necessary. It is a moment for us to stand together, hold hands across the divide to ensure that we put relevant programs in place for young people. Mr. Speaker, we are speaking about the protection of marginalized groups. I'll leave the honorable leader of the opposition to speak more about the situation with domestic violence in Barbados, but we need to ramp up our laws. We need to look at protection of the LGBTQ community in Barbados. And I'll pause a moment. Until we have legal recognition of these people in our country, there can be no legal protection for them. If you don't recognize that in Barbados legally, there's this thing called same-sex couples, then how can you have domestic laws to protect them? Necessarily, we need to go a step further. Mr. Speaker, we're talking about the creation and expansion of training programs for parents. I mentioned Barbados, and we want to go a bit further with that. And this government is suggesting that these programs should aim at preventing violence by reinforcing safe, stable, and nurturing relationships between children and their parents and caregivers. And we have the Child Care Board as an institution which focuses on that type of development. And I'll say a bit more in my closing speech about what reform needs to happen with the Child Care Board, but I'll continue. We need the creation of mandatory social development programs in schools. Now, as I'm telling you, I was a product of social programs at school. Debating society. I was a part of the choir for a little bit. I used to do some hiking up at Aline. I tried basketball for a little bit. I even played netball. Social programs can help our young people to be gainfully engaged. Doing things, there's a saying, I don't know if it's in the Bible, we tend to put a lot of things in the Bible, but the devil finds work for idle hands. We are promoting and asking for the support for us to put forward gainful programs, supportive developmental programs for young people in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I'm wrapping up. We're talking about reducing the appeal and availability of drugs, alcohol to our young people. Now, this is a point that pains me. I don't know if the powers that be know, but it's very easy for young people to get access to drugs in this country. It's very easy for young people to get access to drugs in this country. And so we talk about the regulation of alcohol, but the government wants to go a step further and look at other substances. If you look at the Barden report from 2020, you will see some staggering, scary statistics about the availability of drugs to young people in this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we are saying that this needs a whole of whole of government approach. It is not a me issue, it is not a you issue, it is a Barbados thing that we need to work together for. Mr. Speaker, we need that village. And until we bring ourselves back to that place, that Christian understanding that you and the people of Barbados has a role to play in the development of young people, we will continue to see the issues we're having today. Mr. Speaker, I'm much obliged.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that this resolution be passed.
I second this.
Honorable members, I'm also informed that we have 3 specially invited guests in the public gallery who will be ensuring or judging your adherence to parliamentary procedure, public speaking skills, and what's not. So I recognize the presence of Ms. Sophia Skeet, Ronald Bullen, and it's so good to see also Ms. Gloria Haynes. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone.
Now recognize the leader of the opposition.
Thank you, sir. Good morning again. Today is very emotional for me, and I'll tell you why in a minute. I'd like to begin by reinforcing the point that violence is not an issue that we can politicize, but it is a whole of country, whole of government, whole of Barbados approach that we need. And before I criticize the resolution, I want to highlight and commend a few things and a few actions of the government and one private sector entity in particular. I commend the government's effort to keep persons employed via these contractual arrangements. And I don't call it an effort because it worked. The move to keep persons employed. I also commend the government's move to keep university students in school free of charge. And I can safely say that last year, October, just about 1,000 Barbadian students graduated, and they were the first cohort. And coming this October, just about another 1,000 will graduate as a second cohort to benefit from this free education. Every single positive initiative that we implement keeps young persons occupied and keeps, as the leader of government business said, keeps idle hands at work. The private sector company that I'd like to commend is Chukka, that now has control or more or less manages Harrison's Cave. Because as you know, that is right above the community. Harrison's Cave is right below the community of Allen View, St. Thomas. And if you walk through Allen View now, you'll see that more or less the block culture, I'm from Allen View, sir, I will know, the block culture is slowly disappearing because Chukka engaged the residents and helped employ the residents. And I urge more private sector companies to engage the residents in the vicinity of your business and help eliminate this block culture, just as Chukka is doing in St. Thomas. It is emotional for me, sir, as I have to speak on mentorship. And I think that we as Barbadians need to return to that genuine act of mentorship. And I put genuine before mentorship for a particular reason, sir. Gone are the days when persons were proud to bring at-risk youth from struggling and going down a wrong path and being proud to make them be able to support themselves and survive in society and thrive. We speak about persons on the block looking at dons as mentors. And they do whatever these dons say because they look up to them. They feel as though they're mentors to them. But sir, more and more we recognize that, and it's a general complaint for young people, we recognize that there are mentors on the right side of the law, and I don't want to use the word gangsters, but they can be just as much gangsters. I didn't want to use it, but they can just be as dangerous as persons on the wrong side of the law, and I'll explain. Mentors know that they can snap their fingers and crush everything that they have helped that at-risk youth to build if they don't do as they say. And we need to move away from that culture and get back to genuine mentorship, where we're proud to help someone build their character, proud to help them be able to survive in this society, and proud to help them to do great things, not just make them feel as though they owe the mentor their lives. Sir, I move on now to speak on amnesties. And this is emotional for me as well. Like anything else, amnesties can go good or amnesties can go bad, and gun amnesties in particular. And I bring some statistics with me from Namibia. They had one which ran from the 1st to the 30th of September 2021, and the citizens were promised that they would not be prosecuted for any illegal guns they brought in because it's an amnesty. And this is an example of an amnesty gone bad because the powers that be then changed their mind and said, look, we're locking up all of them when they brought in those guns. In 2021, South Africa destroyed just about 25,000 guns that were submitted during the amnesty, and this is an example of an amnesty gone good. And they melted the guns, sir, because they were adamant that these illegal guns were not to make it back on the streets. And I think that we in Barbados, this is 2022, we in Barbados need to find creative ways to make amnesties attractive to our gun holders, because I won't call a figure because I was chastised for calling a figure, but I say 10,000. But let's use 10,000 for example, for argument's sake. Now, pray tell me, who's going to buy a gun for $10,000 and come and submit it to you just because you say you ain't going to lock them up?
Honorable Member, you have 2 more minutes.
Got it. I'd like to speak on domestic violence as I prepare to close, sir. Another entity that I'd like to commend is the Royal Barbados Police Service and the Family Conflict Intervention Unit, as this 4-man unit fights crime in Barbados relative to domestic violence, sir. 4 people. Well, they had 5 when it was top cop back in my day. But, sir, in 2019, 433, 2020, 402, and these are some numbers of our domestic violence reported cases. And while we were trying to protect persons from the virus COVID-19, there was another virus waiting in the household called abuse. And this is something that we need to deal with. And sir, as I prepare to close, it is even more emotional for me as I reflect on the times that I accompanied victims of domestic violence, particularly battered women, to court. And sir, we need to, I might get chastised for this, we need to empower our women some more and remind them how much they're worth. Because there's no way, sir, that in 2022, our women should be going to court and pleading for a protection order with a broken arm or a broken neck. And when the court case comes back up next month, they're pleading for that protection order to go because they love this man. And that is their man. Sir, we need to empower our women. We need more programs that do such. And sir, finally, as I close, I do not believe that a fatherless household should lead to any act of violence or any person trying to become some top gun. And I say this because, sir, I grew up in a fatherless household all my life. And it took me about 20 years to find out that I have a brother right beside me by the name of Nikolai Peters. I had to meet the guy in youth parliament, and we both grew up fatherless. And we're here together. So a fatherless household, sir, should be no excuse for violence. Sir, the opposition wishes today to provide solutions and aid the government and assist them in whatever they need. And as I close, sir, we will peruse the subject of mentorship. We will peruse the subject of rehabilitation. And sir, we will discuss how these things will be financed. And sir, one other point I wanted to make as I wrap up is...
This is the fifth time.
You know, sir, when the plane is landing. Right, as I wrap up though, sir, the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Empowerment did play a big role in all of our lives. But, sir, this is not a lash at the Ministry of Youth. This is a lash at a leader of government business. They say here that we are consulting the Ministry of Youth and the Ministry of People Empowerment on this action plan and doing this mass broadcast. Sir, are we going to put poor Director Hunt and PYDO in blue and red to fight crime? We need the AG's office. We need the Barbados Police Service. We need these people. We don't... Come on. I'm sure Director Hunt is not going out there fighting any crime in this day and age.
What point do you raise, leader of government business?
I rise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I am saddened. The honourable member said that he felt a bit, emotional. I feel emotional now that he would suggest such atrocities. I wouldn't expect Director Hunt to go out and fight crime. The government is simply suggesting...
Leader of government business, I will caution you if you had permission to invoke a person's name in this house.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I continue to clarify the misdirection that the opposition leader was proposing to take the honorable people down. The government is suggesting that the social programs, the same programs that he said help him, the social programs at the Ministry of Youth be a part of the National Action Plan to prevent violence in Barbados. It is a given that the police will be involved. It is a given that we would work with the armed forces, but we are saying we need divergent tactics. So don't mislead the sensible people of Barbados to tell them that we want the director to head out there. We have youth officers, I'll remind the honorable member, he was one.
Wow.
Who can go into the community and play a role in helping to get young people into these social programs that can get them involved in useful things. The same things we want young people to find to do.
Thank you.
Who, thanks you, sir. I'm glad that we got that clarity. We had to pull it out of him, We had to give him a nudge. But, sir, I am glad that we can recognize that the youth commissioners and everyone else in the ministry do implement programs in the community. However, we need a bit more. And, sir, as I said, the opposition, I am not sure that my team is satisfied with this resolution, as they call it. But we will see how the debate goes today and the engagement between the two sides. And I honestly am not against the resolution. I am against the way it is worded, sir. But I would not want to let us hold back this issue on implementing programs to stop this violence any longer. So I thank you, sir, and I'm much obliged to you.
Thank you. Honorable member, you have the floor.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning, honorable members of this chamber. Mr. Speaker, on Tuesday, as I was preparing for this debate, I couldn't even attend. I sat at home and I watched a former schoolmate of mine. We went to Barbados together. Then we graduated from the St. Michael School together. I watched him be laid to rest, Mr. Speaker. And during the service, I was extremely amazed with his parents, Mr. Speaker. They said they had to find purpose in pain. And I'm here to say today that I no longer want any parents to find purpose in pain, Mr. Speaker. How many more parents have to lose their children before we can understand that we have to turn this around? He died by the gun. But we don't just have a gun violence problem in this country. We have a problem with violence in this country. I want this honorable chamber to cast their minds back to 2019, November, when a young man lost his life. He was at school, a place where he was supposed to be getting his education, right? But he lost his life, and that was not by the gun. In 2020, and I'm very glad that the leader of the opposition would have highlighted those statistics. In 2020, 243 million girls, and you can check UN if you don't believe me, women and girls were victims of domestic violence. Here in Barbados, 38% of women and girls were affected during the lockdown because they were locked with their perpetrators. So I'm here to say again that we don't just have an issue with gun violence, we have an issue with violence. And that is why I had to rise today to lend my voice to this discussion as it relates to this resolution. Mr. Speaker, the resolution speaks to using data to create public awareness for marginalized groups in society. Now, the government is not saying that these marginalized groups in society have more weight or hold more weight than other groups in society. But what we're trying to say, Mr. Speaker, is that these groups in society need not to be overlooked. The reality is that a gun violence case gets more airtime than a domestic case. We go on social media and we say a lot of nasty things when we see these cases being presented. The truth is that a gun violence case gets more airtime than a disability case, than cases against women and girls, and then persons within the LGBT community. We as a world, we just celebrated Pride Month last month. How can we say that we support these persons, but when it comes to violence against them, we are brushing it to the side? So with this point, the government's intention is to say, hey, yes, we understand that there are groups in society that do face violence, but we cannot overlook these groups in society. And I want us to pay close attention to the language that's being used in this resolution. It is saying including and not limited to. A movie trailer shows you what is intended to happen in the movie. It does not show you the full movie. So I want us to pay close attention to the language being used in this resolution. And why do we want to create awareness for these groups? What does awareness do? When persons are aware of situations, Mr. Speaker, they educate themselves more. When I hear about things, I educate myself because I want to know. And then when I educate myself, then I can educate others.
Ma'am, I'm so sorry to interrupt you, but I'm just going to ask all those members to silence their phones and those in the gallery, because we are streaming and I need to hear the speeches, the contributions of all members, or else you may have to leave this chamber.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So when them persons are educated, they can have a conversation. And what happens when persons have conversations? We see all kinds of movements starting, Mr. Speaker. For example, the Black Lives Matter movement. That came as a result of a young lady taking out her phone and disseminating that video via social media. And that created awareness. That was awareness. And then because of that, change occurred, and that is what the government is saying by creating awareness of these marginalized groups in society. We want to get that change. We want to have those conversations. We want persons to be on alert. We want persons to educate themselves and say, hey, yes, there are groups in society that need to be highlighted. Because this topic, and I'm very glad the leader of government just mentioned it, this topic has no room for discrimination. Because this is a topic that affects every single person. So there's no room for discrimination, and that's what the government is simply saying in this resolution. Mr. Speaker, the second topic that I want to speak on as relates to this resolution is the creation / the expansion of training programs for parents and students. Yesterday, somebody said to me, children are like sponges.
Yeah, about 2 more minutes now.
2 more minutes? I'll wrap up shortly, Mr. Speaker. Children are like sponges. They soak up everything and then they squeeze it out, Mr. Speaker. Creating stable, loving, nurturing homes for these children would allow them to soak up that love. Again, we don't want to have toxic environments for children, and then they're soaking up all of that negativity, and then they're going into the society and they're squeezing it out. So we just can't create programs for children solely because you'll be creating a program for a child. As I said before, a child is like a sponge, and they will be learning from that. But then the child is going home in the toxic, unhealthy environment, and everything that they would have learned in that program is being eroded. So we have to get to the root of the problem. The parents. So we just can't solely create programs for the child. We have to create for the parents as well. And why is this important? Because it's hard raising a human being, Mr. Speaker. We were not placed here with instructions. And we as a government, we understand that. So we are here to say, hey, we're going to hold your hand through this because some persons may be stressed from the pandemic, Mr. Speaker. And then as a result, they take out that frustration on the children. But we're here to say as a government, we understand and we're here to help. Mr. Speaker, this resolution, I'm wrapping up now.
I'm hoping this because I don't want the leader of opposition get up and say that he's ready for lunch.
Oh, yeah, yes, I'm wrapping up. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is not, we understand that this will not eradicate violence in this country right away, but we're here to say this is our foundation because you don't start to build a house at the top. You have to lay the foundation, Mr. Speaker. So we understand that this will not eradicate violence right away, but we're here to say, hey, this is our proposal. This is our foundation. You know, Mr. Speaker, this is our foundation. And persons may argue, why are we going to consult with the private and the private sector and the third sector? Because we, as the leader of government simply said, this is a holistic approach. We can't do this alone. We have to understand as a government, how are these other persons in society being affected by gun violence, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Speaker, with that being said, I support this resolution, and I hope that it's passed. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Thank you. I recognize the honorable member Holder.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. It is clear that everyone here agrees that violence is a national issue. We agree that this is not an issue that should be politicized. But unlike the leader of government business, my heart is still heavy. I live in a community where violence seems to run rampant. Just a couple weeks ago, I was at the local bar to get some food, and I heard gunshots. My best friend ran to the shop behind me to make sure that everything was good, everything was fine. And as I read this resolution, I believe it truly lacks the substance needed to combat those issues. But let me first commend the government for desiring to create the training programs for parents to prevent violence. I agree with the leader of government business that it takes a village to raise a child. I too was raised by that village, and I'm here to use that platform to speak for my village and the Barbadian society. So yes, that is a great initiative. However, I must state that their first point needs a bit more developing. They wish to create information campaigns using current data to raise awareness to the extent of marginalized groups, but they have failed to recognize the elderly, one of the more marginalized groups when it comes to violence. The elderly are easily taken advantage of. And I wish and I hope that the government would take into consideration to putting that into the resolution. Secondly, I wish to speak on the creation of mandatory social development programs. The leader of government business spoke on the importance of extracurricular activities. And we all agree that extracurricular activities play a role. I too was in basketball. I am a national chess player. I've been to Carifta. I've done swimming, everything that you could possibly think of. So I know the benefits of extracurricular activities. However, what I wish to emphasize is the mandatory part in this resolution. Forcing our children to partake in extracurricular activities that they otherwise would not have participated in would seemingly create more pushback. What we must do is make these extracurricular activities more appealing, Mr. Speaker. Because simply, if they do not wish to go, they will not. And that will create delinquency. We will label the children that don't go to these that don't participate in these mandatory extracurricular activities. But I speak no further on that. To continue, Mr. Speaker, they wish to reduce the appeal of alcohol. And I do believe that reducing the appeal of alcohol would prove to make sense. But they wish to go about reducing the appeal by raising alcohol prices. I know, Mr. Speaker, you, Mr. Speaker, everyone in this room, and the citizens of Barbados know that raising the prices of anything in high demand does not decrease consumption. Take sweet drinks for an example. The sweet drinks have been taxed and taxed and taxed, and yet we walk the streets in the morning and see school children with sweet drinks in their hand. For lunch, we'll probably have sweet drinks. So we know that raising prices will not deter alcohol drinkers. What we must do is
more minutes,
educate.
sir.
Thank you. What we must do is educate our citizens on the adverse effects of alcohol. What we must do is teach them and provide safe spaces for the chronic alcohol drinkers. I wish to commend the government for repurposing the NCSA to create fit-for-purpose programs. I do believe that would be a wonderful initiative. But to end off, I don't wish to just criticize our government, but actually provide another solution. I walked around my neighborhood and I asked members of the community what they would like to see. And they suggested they have programs where they can make money. Because in communities such as mine, hustling is very much the culture, to hustle. They would like youth entrepreneurship schemes so that they raise money for themselves and the community while taking part in the initiatives. My colleagues will further speak on everything else, and I am much obliged to you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. What point do you raise, Prime Minister?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, I'm concerned that the honourable members on the other side insist on misleading this honourable House. So the honourable member made the point that reducing the sugar-sweetened beverages has had no impact on the consumption, but I have a study here that says that the weekly sale of SSBs decreased by 4.3% when we introduced that 10% ad valorem tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. There was a decrease in SSB sales of 3.6%. Sale of non-SSB drinks increased by 5.2%, with bottled water sales increasing by an average of 7.5%. I just would like to ask the honourable members on the other side to do a bit of research. I also want to refute a point that was made about forcing children. This government is not in the business of infringing on the rights of children. We're not forcing anybody. You have had mandatory programs in schools. You have had programs you had to attend in schools. We're not forcing and infringing on the rights of anyone, so I'd like the honourable member to just be cautious in making certain statements in this honourable House.
Honourable, you want to withdraw the comment relating to the statistics?
I stand on a point of elucidation.
Would you wish to withdraw the comment first and foremost?
The first comment as it pertains to sweet drinks. But I wish to...
And the comment on alcohol.
And the comment on alcohol.
Thank you.
But I do wish to clarify the point on extracurricular activities.
Sure.
He stated, yes, it has been made mandatory to participate in curricular activities during the school hours, during what is taught. What he's speaking about is what is written in the resolution is extracurricular activities. These activities is what the government wishes to make mandatory.
What point do you raise, Prime Minister?
I just, again, on a point of order, want to caution the honourable member on the other side. We're not in the business of playing semantics. Curricular activities, we're trying to promote the social development of young people.
No point found.
I
Thank
called
you.
a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
A point of order is called if you're misleading the House. I don't have any evidence that he's misleading the House. You want to caution him. That's not misleading the House. You're cautioning him.
For misleading the House.
Thank you, honourable member. I recognize Ms. Bissam, but before you speak, I also want to recognize in the gallery Ms. Kim Ramsey from the Criminal Justice Research and Planning Unit, who have also provided some training for the youth parliamentarians in preparation for this morning's debate. So thank you for coming, Ms. Ramsey. Ms. Bissam?
Mr. Speaker, honourable members, good morning. According to Generation Unlimited, the well-being of young people in Barbados, published by the Ministry of Youth and Empowerment, as well as UNICEF, from 2012 to 2016 recorded crimes by juveniles averaged 330 annually. 68% of children entering the juvenile liaison scheme were raised by a single female parent. 18 to 25-year-olds accounted for half of the murder perpetrators from 2009 to 2013. Does that scare you? Because it should. The youth need guidance and our parents need help. We cannot succeed until these objectives are met. Meaningful change. That is what we need. And I believe that this resolution is a step in the right direction. Specifically, the emphasis on training programs for parents and the requirement that all school-aged children participate in an extracurricular activity. Family is a primary social structure, and until we are able to pride ourselves on effective parents who we are confident will instill in the youth a strong desire to help and not hurt, we will continue to lose our able-minded people to juvenile crime. With reference to the previously mentioned publication, there was an average of 600 cases of child physical and emotional abuse reported annually from 2010 to 2017 to the Child Care Board, of which 80% of the perpetrators were the mothers, and nearly all of them were single parents or separated. Furthermore, under 40% had any employment income. Alongside this, I'd like to examine a recent academic journal published by UNICEF on violence against children in Latin America and the Caribbean, which included a study conducted in Barbados and Grenada. It found that participants who had experienced moderate to high levels of abuse in their youth were significantly more likely to engage in violent and hostile behavior than those who reported low levels of abuse. This suggests that poor parental capacity directly correlates to aggressive behavior in the youth. More importantly, there in black and white, the truth is glaring. Our parents are struggling, and struggle they will until we decide to acknowledge their fight. They cannot teach what they have not learnt, they cannot change if they do not know how, and they most certainly cannot win if they think they've already lost. And it is cruel to expect otherwise. By creating and expanding training programs for parents, we can address the risk factors that hinder them from being able to support their children holistically. I anticipate that with proper planning and a focus on mental health, we will be able to combat low parental involvement, low emotional attachment by parents and children, even poor financial management. Furthermore, we cannot ignore that we live in a technologically advancing world which brings with itself new impacts of which parents must be made aware of on how to cope and manage. Mainly, desensitization and the copycat effect. Many of the media we currently consume is littered with violence, and this can bring about a mimicking of violent content. Also, it can desensitize persons to factual tragedies. This is dangerous because if we as a society cannot recognize each other's losses, how are we ever going to make meaningful change? We will never regain the village that we so desperately want. And so we must effectively support our parents so that they can support the youth. I'd like to suggest that these parenting programs be year-round because parenting practices must change as children grow. An online component should also be considered because information needs to be readily and easily accessed, and an anonymous component can also be included. I'd also briefly like to address the proposal for making it a requirement that all school-aged children participate in a formal extracurricular activity, as I believe this maximizes the impact of the parenting programs. Extracurricular activities are a valuable tool in developing life skills. In this capacity, children will be able to apply all the skills such as critical thinking, communication, empathy, and problem solving that would have hopefully been taught by their parents. As stated by a recent study conducted by the World Health Organization, these skills allow children to manage emotions, deal with conflict, and communicate in an effective way and non-aggressive ways, reducing the risk of violent behavior. Furthermore, it was also stated that these skills can reduce the risk factors for violence, such as alcohol and drug use. Worthy of note also is that extracurriculars are an asset to employers, and the proposal makes the allowance for participation in activities outside of educational institutions once it is established. This way, no one is pigeonholed, and persons are free to explore all the island has to offer. As I conclude, I leave you with the following. Barbadians, we've trembled, we've cried, we've had to wave many goodbyes. But now it's time to say we survived to thrive. We have a violence crisis. Does that scare you? Because it should. I reiterate, the youth need guidance and our parents need help. We cannot succeed until these are achieved. We like to operate by do not panic. We no longer have that privilege. We must panic because we cannot afford to remain static. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm much obliged to you.
Thank you. Well, we have a full house. I also would like to acknowledge the presence of the Permanent Secretary in the Ministry of Youth, Sports and Community Affairs, Ms. Yolande Howard, as well as Sergeant Weeks from the Barbados Police Service, who would have also facilitated training for the youth parliamentarians today. So thank you for being here physically in the public gallery. I now recognize the Honorable Member Tanis.
Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me properly? Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, guests. For the year 2022, there have been at least 15 murders from the period January to June 2022. 10 of these murders are shootings, and 5 of these murders are stabbings. 7 of these murders thus far are committed by young men in the age range of 25 to 34 years old, Mr. Speaker. All these murders were committed by young men. It is clear we have a serious problem in this country. My speech today will highlight a few challenges that give rise to gun violence in our society, especially in our young people. I will also seek to highlight what are some possible solutions that are not in the resolution to minimize gun violence in Barbados. Now, I must commend the government. In the resolution, I see a lot of possible amazing programs and suggestions and solutions in this resolution, but I honestly think that there is more that can be done. This cannot be just it. I honestly believe that there is more to be done. And the way how certain things are worded, as my colleagues have stated, rightfully so, the way certain things are worded is not, the way how certain things are worded, I will speak on today because I honestly feel that the reason why we are here as an opposition is to not just criticize, but to help. We are all here today for one thing, for solutions. And that is what I will help to do today, sir. I honestly feel that there is a lack of nurturing towards young men in Barbados. There's a stigma in society that portrays young men to be these hard-back individuals. The educational system in Barbados does not accommodate the learning styles of males and superannuates them when they reach the age of 16 years old. We need more positive influences in our young men's lives. We do. This is made worse, these problems are made worse by the lack of support at home because of parents with poor socialization and parenting skills to motivate their youngsters. Young men abandoned by the educational system at a very impressionable young age are vulnerable to be involved in gang activity in order to find the acceptance that is missing from the formal structures in society. Now, I would like to add a point to the resolution that is not here. I honestly believe that there is an economic crisis towards the employment rate regarding young men or young people in Barbados. The unemployment rate for the youth of Barbados stands at 12.79% as of 2020. Because of this high unemployment rate, young men from poor economic backgrounds will obviously look for other means and ways to make money, especially with the increase in cost of living, which is estimated to be around 12%. Now, we have all these programs, as the government has listed here, all of these programs in place, which I honestly believe is an amazing thing, as I said. But at the end of the day, we all need a way to live in this society. We all need money. We all need a way to cope with the way how things are rising in society. These programs, yes, are very amazing and wonderful, but these young men need a way to live at the end of the day. That's what they're looking for, a way to live, a way to cope. We also need more control.
Remember, please wind up. We have about a minute and a half left.
No, thank you, Mr. Speaker. We need more control in the importation of guns. Ultimately, we need to reduce the access to illegal guns entering the country because they're coming. We do not manufacture guns, as the Attorney General has stated. We don't, so they're coming in somehow. We need to find a way to reduce the access to these illegal guns. As my leader of opposition has stated, gun amnesties. We do need to encourage illegal firearm holders to surrender their weapons without penalties, but as he rightfully said, it could go both ways. But I honestly think the government needs to look into that as a possible solution as well. The government spent over $20 million in the installation of scanners, but unfortunately the country went without scanners for 18 months. As I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to say that we need lucrative rewards, and we need, my leader of opposition has stated, we need ways to bring up our young men. It takes a village to raise a child. It does. And as I conclude, I would just like to commend the government, and I would like to say that in recent times, we need to understand, there's an important factor that we need to understand, is that these young men, the victims of these shootings and the victims in gun violence are no longer just gang members. It is the public as well. As our honorable members have stated, as I conclude, they use Caesar, who has died recently by a gun shooting, as an example. And I would also like to say I know of him. And from what I know, he was never involved in any gang activities, but just to show you that you don't need to be in gang activities now to be a victim of gun violence or violence, period. He was just with the wrong person and hanging around the wrong company, which is why I said earlier we need more positive influences in our young men. So I conclude, Mr. Speaker, and I oblige to you. Thank you.
Honorable member, you have the floor, Jordan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Before I do my contribution to this resolution this morning, I first want to acknowledge and give thanks to everyone that have played a role in my development, that which allowed me to be here today. Sir, when I had first entered the gates of community college, the first question that my management tutor had asked the class was the first question that my management tutor had asked is whether an individual could shape an environment, or whether the environment could shape the individual. And sir, that question had me pondering for days and weeks on end, because, as you can appreciate, it's a very complex one. It's a question that is similar to whether the chicken come before the egg, per se. And after critically analyzing the question and doing research, I had come to the conclusion that the environment does indeed shape the individual. The reason I say that is because development should be seen in 3 spheres. It should be social, infrastructure, and economical development. Now, the government, after assuming office in 2018, recognized that those 3 spheres are very important. And as you can appreciate, sir, and the members in here, that prior to 2018, the road network in this country was shameful. It was not one to brag about. It was not one to even invite your friends and family from abroad to truthfully come and spend a holiday here in the country, because it's not one to show. As you can appreciate also, the housing solutions for us, the people of Barbados, were slim. And after assuming office in 2018, actually, the government made it available for the youth in particular to have a chance to own a piece of the rock. Sir, the government took that angle to help restore faith within the youth in this country. As we move on to social problems that which the government had addressed and found solutions for, the first one that comes to mind, truthfully, and the one that is very dear to my heart, and hopefully it would be close to the members in here, is the fact that we got back free, subsidized fees at university, which allowed us as a people to dream again and to hope and to look forward for the future and the many treasures it will also bring. The other social problem that is dear to my heart, sir, considering that I come from St. John, is the water woes. The water woes was one that we could speak on at length. I had to endure that pain for 2 years or so.
On what point do you raise?
So I raised the point of order. I would just like to understand what's the relevance of what he's saying, because we're talking about violence
No
and
point
I'm
found.
hearing about water.
Continue.
Thank you, sir. Honorable member, if you would listen to me carefully, you would then see why I am seeing all
Members,
these
I
things.
just asked for you to familiarize yourself with the point. Let's not waste my time or the members' time. Familiarize yourself with the point of order and point of information.
All right,
and the
sir.
point of elucidation. Point of order, if a member is misleading the House. A point of information, if you're bringing facts. And point of elucidation, if you want to clarify a point made. I'm not going to tolerate all this nonsense, standing up for no reason.
Exactly.
Continue, member.
Thank you, sir. As I was saying, the water woes in the country is one of which is close to my heart, considering my past. But essentially, the reason I am trying to draft or paint this picture is to allow the individuals in the House to understand that the environment shapes it shapes the person. And if the environment is not one that one could grow, if the environment is not one that one could dream, if the environment is one that one could seek to do better for themselves and their families, sir, then the slightest thing would trigger them to then go to violence and commit acts that we've seen here recently. Now, sir, I also want to shed light on the resolution because, in my opinion, the resolution is quite innovative. The reason why I say that is that, let me give an example about John. John is an individual that lives in Haynesville. He goes to school at Bamir.
Up and on.
So John is hesitant to pose questions within his class because of his low self-esteem. And whenever he actually builds up the courage to do so, his colleagues then pushes him around and calls him names and stuff like that. And then after school, he is quick to head home with all that shame and anger built up inside of him. When he gets home, the first person that he comes to is his younger brother, and he then unleashes the anger, the stress, and the pain that of which he had of which he have gotten from school. The reason why I give that example is that based on the resolution, it seeks to create the mandatory social development programs in schools. And sir, the honorable member Holder had said that he has said that we, by us forcing the youth in this country to do so, that we would then lead them to do things that they may not want to do.
What point do you raise? And I hope this is a very good point.
On a point of elucidation, to clarify, I never said that by forcing them to I never said that by forcing them to do things that they may not want to do. Could you repeat? Why is it?
Honorable, please continue.
Thank you. I don't know why the opposition is currently always raising on the points
I know, but your
that
time
have
was
no
up.
relevance.
I'll
Yes,
give
sir.
you an additional minute or two.
I
because
do
of the
appreciate
interruption.
that. But he did indeed say that by forcing the youth to do things that they may not want to, but then lead them to do things that they actually would not want to do further. But the reason why you raise that point, sir, is to ask the member whether his mother never asked him to do something that he may not be in favor of, but then it was actually the best thing for him. Relating it back to community college, we had mandatory courses, and the courses I was not in favor of actually give me a sound mind into who I am today.
What point do you raise?
Sir, I raise on a point of order. The honorable member is misleading the House. My member said no such thing. And he promised us this was relevant, and we don't see the relevance.
Member, you want to clarify your point or strike it from the record? I'll have it struck from the
Well,
record.
I would wish to clarify the point because the resolution seeks the resolution seeks to allow school children to mandatory do extracurricular activities. And by allowing that to go through or for the resolution to pass, it would then allow the youth to truthfully take advantage of the activities that they may think may not be best for them, but truthfully, sir, it may actually be the best thing for them. As I move on a little further,
As you conclude.
Sorry?
As you conclude.
As I conclude. Okay. As I conclude with one more point, relating it back to the example of which I have brought forth with John and his brother. That's a perfect example of which, if his mother had the proper training to at least address and understand and resolve the issue within the household, then we would not have cases of which John would then approach his brother with that hatred and anger and pain, and then trigger him then to continue to spread that cancer that we currently have within our country. And in closing, sir, I now wish to make the call for the private sector and the other groups and NGOs within the country, sir, let's take a holistic approach and a whole Barbados approach to violence. Because we need to get the resources, truthfully, to help understand the root causes for the problems that we face within this country. And sir, with those few words, I am obliged.
Thank you. I would also like to recognize the presence of Mr. Wendell Callender, who would have also facilitated training for the youth parliamentarians, but also was a former chairman of the committees in the 90s of the Barbados Parliament. So thank you so much, Mr. Callender, for your presence here this morning. I recognize the opposition member, Peters.
Good morning, Mr. Speaker. Good morning to all the other members. With all due respect, now that we're back on the topic of violence, let's continue. With all respect to the honorable member. My opening statements today will be coming from the great Bob Marley. No woman, no cry, no woman, no cry. But the truth is, I see a lot of mothers crying at present. Two notable figures in the last 2 years. I want to also open by saying rest in peace DeMarco, rest in peace Tyrese Caesar. Gone but not forgotten. DeMarco, who would have succumbed to his injuries not so long ago, 2 years ago to be specific, on June 14th, he was only 10 years old if you recall. I don't know if anybody in here remembers him, but hopefully we do, because it's something that is quite relevant. He was struck in his head by his playmates and left in a coma, hospitalized. His mother is Trisha Gibbs. I couldn't imagine today how she feels. I don't know if she's seeing this today, but Ms. Gibbs, we feel your pain. Every other day, you open your phone, you open any kind of news outlet, and you will find shooting this place, shooting that place. It could be a food place, it could be a business place, you don't know when. Earlier, the honorable member from the government, she started waving her hand. Mr. Speaker, I was terrified because I didn't even know, we didn't have a security check this morning. I wondered how she get down here. That's the truth. I was terrified, I was shaking in my boots because we need to look at the things such as security. I mentioned not having a security check. In my mock debate, I brought up the fact that we had a problem with the scanners at the ports. But one could argue that it might not be the Barbados port that's the problem, it might be the untouchables in Barbados, because this is something that we don't like to address. This is the white elephant in the room. The powerful people in Barbados that, they bring a lot of business, they help the economy, so we refuse to touch them and address all the corruption that occurs in the country. Moving on. 19% of our population is between the ages 10 to 24, which is a significant number, which is a fifth of the population. We now live in a global and diverse world where all views must contain and the rights and very human dignity of all Barbadians must be protected. Youth Parliament is about one view, one voice. On this resolution, the government and the opposition can stand to cooperate on these issues and to further go about de-escalating violence in all its forms, be it domestic, police against the youth, because that's something we don't want to talk about. I commend the police force for certain actions they take, but the truth is, our boys get rough up in Bajan terms when the police come for them, though, if I'm speaking in layman terms. The Honorable the leader of government business mentioned earlier, since we're on the topic of African proverbs, he mentioned that the village raises us. I don't disagree, but I'll also combat it with this. The child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth, and that is what we're witnessing today. We must begin looking at the questions. Why are the elderly or the village afraid to talk to the young people? Why are the young people shying away from church? All the fundamentals that would have raised people in here, I assume. They're religious bodies, but guess what? When you attend church, what do you hear? Murmurs. Whether it be dress, appearance, things that you may not be able to control because of your financial situation or just your general background. These things shy us away from looking to get help. So eventually, these young people will tell themselves, well, I don't want to hear Miss Elliott or whoever resides in the village. So forgive me, leader government business, if we don't want to hear what the people of the village have to say anymore, because it's never anything positive. When you do anything positive, it's pushed to the side. We as a society, whether national or on a global level, we tend to remember the one wrong as opposed to the 99 rights. Moving further along, we talked about in the resolution, it was mentioned about mandatory extracurricular activity. I propose that we serve, I can't use that language within the house, but we serve ish as chocolate. So even though it might not be the most fun thing for children, I think there are different ways to make people engage. So for example, if Mr. Holder and myself are approaching lunchtime, everybody want to eat. You look at the time and say, you know what, maybe 40 minutes before so they don't get distracted and think about lunch. So you do a quick exercise. Like we would have seen in our training for Youth Parliament, we would have seen how we had an icebreaker and different activities to engage and socialize. What we're missing in modern day is socialization. Our children don't know how to interact with each other without going home for a gun or going back home for a knife or just looking to fight. In the old days, you would just do a little race to see who faster and then you settle that problem. But nowadays, the first thing is to take another life.
You have 2 more minutes, remember?
I want to also touch on the topic of reform. If we look at somewhere like the Netherlands, in The Guardian, an article in The Guardian, which was looking at psychiatrist Melina Rakic, we work on 2 aims, and I quote, we work on 2 aims. Number 1, preventing another crime, and then on psychiatric suffering and the social problems that come with it. Also, I quote, nobody would approve of the crimes or violence they have committed, but there's a very sad world behind them. If you want to mend all this, it will take a long time. In short, we need to find out why they're doing it. Why is John Brown so angry when he gets in a situation where he feels the need to kill another man? The Honorable mentioned the funeral, and I've been disheartened, for lack of better words, as it pertains to just traversing this world. Even if you're doing good, it feels as though there's no silver lining. We need to do a better, in addition, we need to do a better job at censoring information. And I say that as it relates to preventing with the training programs, also implementing the training programs. Even if it requires that we do an online scan for the ID, we not only make these companies liable, but it's our own liability when you have a 10-year-old, for example, that idolizes a rapper toting a gun and just engaging in drug use. So we need to go about ways to censor the information and the media that our children are engaging in, because the truth is they're not getting it from nowhere. They're seeing it. They're trying to embody it. We need to, my colleague mentioned mentorship. We need to get back to real membership and having real role models. I'll try to close with this.
Please, because I was interested in the Netherlands statistics, because I know the Prime Minister likes to be in Amsterdam, right? But your time really up. So you need to continue and wind up.
Understood, Mr. Speaker. 2 days before I go, I noticed that there are no lawmakers and no members of parliament, even if they're busy, no people that are responsible for dictating public policy in this country to hear our perspectives and then go about implementing it. So I definitely think that that is one of the issues. We're being told as youth to share our voice, share our opinions, but where are they going? They're falling on deaf ears. I'll leave you with this.
I understand that cabinet. That's probably why.
The great Bob Marley also said, let's get together and we'll be all right. I want that for us, I want that for Wider Barbados, and I want that for the youth coming up. Thank you.
Thank you. I recognize the Honorable Boyce.
Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, colleagues, good morning. Lives every day are being taken due to violence. Lots of stories not being told, lots of voices being silenced. Mr. Speaker, I stand before you today to speak about why I think training programs should be created, expanded, so parents have the opportunity to have a structuring, loving, and healthy relationship with their child, and it will also help to prevent violence. I will first talk about substance abuse and how children are compelled to try it because it is accessible to them in their home. If a child has a lot of exposure to drugs in their home, or they witness their parents consuming drugs regularly, they will be compelled to take it. They will be curious about why their parents are taking these drugs, these drugs every day. So it will compel them to experiment with it, which can be very dangerous because it can lead to future addiction. Not only this, they can also encourage their other friends, their other schoolmates, peers to consume these drugs, which will cause a viral chain reaction. And from also consuming these drugs, for example, alcohol, it can also bring about or cause violent or negative behavior. A report was done in 2020 by the Pan American Health Organization stating that in Barbados, the percentage for lifetime use is 78.6%. The use last year was 56.5%, and the use last month was 29.7%. I will then slightly stray away to now physical violence via bullying. Children who are abused at home by their parents, guardians, tend to express their pent-up emotions that they are not allowed or aren't able to release at home in other ways. For example, at school, on a weaker child who will most likely not have the opportunity to fight back. This will also give the child a sense of empowerment. Statistics, a report was done by the UNICEF, which identified that high percentages of children are experiencing physical exploitation in many Caribbean countries, 89% in Jamaica and 77% in Trinidad and Tobago. It has also been noted that there is no differentiation in terms of abuse, whether it takes place in or out of school, because it is considered as part of a cultural norm. These hard acts and behaviors have now become normalized in our culture, normalized in society, and this is a major issue which we cannot dismiss anymore. My last point, I would like to talk about domestic violence. As my fellow colleague has mentioned earlier, that research has been concluded by UN Representative for Women, Tony Broadbent, that 243 million women and girls between the ages of 15 to 49 have experienced sexual and or physical violence by an intimate partner within 2021. Reports also done by the OECS have stated that there has been a 38% increase in reported causes of domestic violence during lockdown in Barbados. When a child is raised in a toxic environment and they witness their father inflicting violent acts upon their mother, and it is a regular occurrence, this behavior becomes normalized to the child, which they can later take with them in society. For example, if there is a fellow student at school that has different views from them or a different opinion, they will react in the only way they know how to, which is violently, because they have no other knowledge on how to peacefully resolve conflicts. This does not only apply to schoolmates, this can also apply to romantic relationships or non-romantic relationships, as the child can grow up to abuse their romantic partner in the future. This is why it is fundamental for these training programs to be created or made available to give persons the tool to amicably deal with conflict resolution, and it will also give parents and children the opportunity to have something they didn't have before. The opportunity to have a loving, healthy, and strong relationship with each other. So the cases where substance abuse will lead to violence, physical violence via bullying, and domestic violence, those cases will decrease significantly. I would just like to conclude that I agree with the resolution, and I would like to finish once again by saying lives are being taken away almost every day due to violence. Lots of stories not being told, lots of voices being silenced. I would also like to reference to an opposing honorable member by finally ending by saying, a child who is not embraced by the village will light it on fire to feel its warmth. Thank you, I oblige.
Thank you. before the honorable member speaks, I also would like to recognize the representatives from UNICEF, Lisa McLean-Trotman, and I had mentioned him earlier as a friend, but I really should have used the organization he's represented, Mr. Kareem Smith from UNICEF, who are great partners with the Ministry of Youth, Sports, and Community Empowerment. So thank you so much for being here this afternoon now to observe these proceedings. Recognize the member, the opposition member. Mark Barker. Thank you.
Okay, so good morning, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. I rise to speak on the resolution proposed by the government. Aristotle once said, the purpose of knowledge is action, not knowledge. It is upon this premise that I ask the question, if information campaigns aimed at raising awareness on the behalf of marginalized persons is the appropriate measure. The government proposes a creation of the expansion of victim identification, care, and support programs by the Royal Barbados Police Force. Again, I ask this question. Do we just want to know who the victims are and provide support? Is information our only aim? As a country, is it our aim to only treat the wound, or is our aim to prevent the fall? The government also purports that the Public Affairs Department adequately publicizes the agencies available to assist victims. Mr. Speaker, it appears to me that the solution to violence is to assist victims of violence only. The World Health Organization defines violence as the intentional use of physical force or power, threatened or actual, against oneself, another person, or against a group or community, which either results in or has a high likelihood of injury, maldevelopment, death, psychological harm, and deprivation. So on the face of it, Mr. Speaker, a very serious issue. The main types of violence usually experienced and are presently plaguing the society are physical violence, domestic violence, sexual violence, and physical violence, all of which males are the protagonists. Now, this is an alarming thing to me because standing here today, I'm a young male. I see clearly what the issue is, but yet this resolution makes no mention to the perpetrators. The whole resolution is aimed at assisting the victim. We need to be more efficient.
Prime Minister, what point you raise?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, the honourable member again is misleading this House and taking Barbadians down a very strange path. Mr. Speaker, sir, if you look at the resolution, or if the honourable member rather would look at the resolution, we've mentioned several things. The creation of information campaigns used to raise public awareness to the existence and extent of violence against marginalized groups. We spoke to the creation and expansion of training programs for parents with the aim of preventing violence by reinforcing safe and stable and nurturing environments, creation of mandatory social development programs. Mr. Speaker, sir, this resolution is not focused on the victims. We talk about prevention and we talk about treatment. We're trying to prevent the violence, but we're also treating to those persons who have been victims of the violence. We have brought to you a comprehensive resolution, so I would like the honourable member on the other side to just take some time to read through the resolution and present to us factual statements on the state of affairs we're debating today.
Thank you, honourable member. I believe he should be more aware because this resolution was circulated well in advance. So, 12th of July, so point found. Honourable member? Caution you not to mislead this House.
Carrying on, It is against this backdrop that I ask the question, why should our efforts be focused on victims when we are aware who are the perpetrators of such violence? Because I was getting to my question, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
We are aware that the victims are in fact in need of assistance. No one is denying this fact, sir. But it's apparent to me that the statistics do show that males are the protagonists of this violence. So why not address the violence at the root cause? Mr. Speaker, sir, it is upon this same premise that I carry on by saying that the socialization of males within the society is clear to me as the issue here. We need to be members of a society that promote and we need to promote and also encourage healthy social and cultural norms within our development of males. There has been mentioned so often to the community. No, it's my belief that the community is failing us as a social organ. No, there's a hyper masculinity effect well at play within our society, and this effect has led to the repression of male emotions, which often tends to manifest in violence. It is clear when measured against the backdrop of the socialization of females within this country that there's more that can be done by all members of the society to ensure that we are enforcing healthy norms, because it seeks to undermine the influence of the social factors that influence violence when we only speak to victims, when we only speak to the issue after. The solutions are often reactionary. I am standing here before you all I am begging you. I am heavy-hearted. I am hurting. Because that's exactly what it does to me. When we at all points, we seek to point fingers. Is this body responsible? Is the church responsible? Is it the community? Is it the parents? Everybody has their role to play, and that is true. But we need to be cognizant in what exactly we are teaching, what type of social skills we are passing on. Because it's clear that the males are not supported within the society as they should be. Continuing on.
As you conclude.
Pardon me?
As you conclude, 2 minutes.
Okay. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, give me a second here. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, there is a recognition within the government mandate with regards to the school initiative that idleness contributes to violence. Mr. Speaker, I have my queries about the solution to this being social development programs and mandatory extracurricular activities. There needs to be an education, may I suggest education reform. Oftentimes, there's a focus on academia. No, it's clear to me within the resolution that there's an allusion to idleness being at the root cause of the youth partaking in violence. No, this idleness doesn't stem from anywhere. We don't just decide one day that we are going to be idle. You don't just decide one day that you're going to absent yourself from extracurricular activities and social development programs are not good, but may I suggest a fresh approach? I stand before you to suggest a fresh approach in that we need to release the focus on academia. This focus on academia severely limits the ceiling for, we live in a hands-on community. We live in a community where there's a part to play for everyone. Yet academia is the only thing promoted within our school system until the tertiary level. Oftentimes, the impact of this is to leave a lot of males on the periphery. And the impact of that, because this is a trickle effect, we need to take into account that is a multifaceted approach to addressing violence. The trickle effect at play here is that when we do not provide these opportunities for our youth, then they fall away from the system. They're unable to access job opportunities, access vital organs within our society, so that they're not at risk. We don't need to be generating at-risk youth. We need to provide education that appeals to everyone, that addresses everyone's situation. The focus on academia, having reduced the impact. The focus on academia reduces severely the impact that these males are able to play on our society. In turn, sorry, Mr. Speaker, I see that I'm concluding, I promise. I'm concluding.
I'll give you 10 seconds for your final point.
Right, so all I'm getting to is that basically this lack of vocational opportunities then leaves a lot of our males on the periphery. They're unable to access vital organs within our society, and then this leads to the same block culture that I have heard bemoaned within this parliament today. No, we don't want to emphasize the block culture as the root cause of this, because, as I said, the social factors are relevant. We can't say that we are going to provide mandatory programs to address the idleness and don't address the root cause of that said idleness. So it is upon this note that I finally conclude, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Zahara, you have the floor. Spencer.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, I would first like to start by sharing a statistic. The homicide rate recorded for this year, 2022, in Barbados was 14 homicides for every 100,000 people. How many more lives must be lost to the violence plaguing our society for this issue of violence to be taken seriously? What else must happen in order for us to take this issue and do something about it? We shouldn't have to wait for a rise in the number of homicides or number of reported cases of violence for us to take action. We need to start now. And this resolution is a step in the right direction. When I looked at the resolution, I was pleased to see the proposition to create a mandatory social development program in our schools requiring school-age children to participate in mandatory extracurricular activities. I think that this would be extremely beneficial in keeping the Barbadian youth from participating in violence. Children resort to violence for a number of reasons, one being the combination of socioeconomic factors such as poverty, unemployment, and severe deprivation. These extracurricular activities would keep children focused on more productive endeavors and present new opportunities for them to achieve success by growing their interests and helping them to learn important qualities so that they may flourish and become positive contributors to our society. In a study conducted by Joseph L. Mahoney, it was shown that participation in extracurricular activities in youth was linked to low levels of antisocial behavior and aggression. This is what we need. Now, slightly moving away from my previous topic, Mr. Speaker, I would like to speak on another reason why children, youth, may resort to violence. And I believe that this is because of the issue of the influence of domestic violence and child abuse. Children who witness violence are constantly learning from the people around them, especially their parents or caregivers. Tell me, How are these children supposed to know the difference between right and wrong if their parents and caregivers do not know the difference themselves? These training programs in this resolution for caregivers and parents would allow them to learn and develop the correct tools in order to create a safe, nurturing environment for children to grow up in. Moving on to my last point, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to share a statistic reported by UN representatives stating that during the pandemic, there was a 38% increase in reported cases of domestic violence. Now, I'm going to share something even more disturbing. In regards to information found in the IDB Technical Note 1059, it was stated that back in the period of 2000 to 2007, 1/5 of murders in Barbados were as a result of domestic violence. And in the cases of these murders, all of the victims were women. I will reiterate, all of the victims were women. And I'm sharing this statistic with you to say that this issue did not just start now. This issue has been around for years. And if we don't do something, it will continue to grow into a larger issue. In the year of 2020, UN Representative Tony Broadberg stated that research showed a 125% increase in domestic violence in March of 2020. And in April of that same year, an 88% increase, indicating a trend. This violence against marginalized communities and groups in Barbados need to be brought to the public's attention. These disgraceful statistics are not being shared. Therefore, the people in our country are not properly educated on how dangerous of an issue this is. Other marginalized communities, such as the LGBTQI community and the disabled, suffer from hate crimes directed towards them almost every day. However, despite the existence of these very real problems, not many people are educated on the severity and extent to which these violent acts are committed. In the resolution presented by the government, it is stated that the creation of information campaigns using current data to raise public awareness for the existence and extent to violence against these marginalized communities. This could be a crucial step towards preventing the violent crimes by communicating these concerns to the public. Our people need to be educated on these violent crimes which affect them, helping them to feel less alone and come forward with their own concerns.
Please wrap up.
In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the measures stated in this resolution could be crucial for the prevention of violence in Barbados. Creating healthy environments for the youth, creating mandatory social development programs, and creating campaigns to spread awareness. These are all fundamental for the safety and future of our people. We shouldn't have to wait for this situation to worsen to take action. We need to start now. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm obliged to you.
Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to make a motion that we pause for a 10-minute recess and reconvene at 12:40.
Second.
Honorable members, the question is that this House suspends for 10 minutes until 12:40. All those in favor say aye. All those against say nay. We think the ayes have it. This House currently suspends until 12:40. Honorable members, before we suspended, we were at order number 1, to that we shall resume. Honorable member from the opposition, Bartlett.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, honorable members, honorable guests. The Bible verse, Matthew chapter 22, verse 39, speaks of loving thy neighbor as thyself. For several generations, this concept has been taught to children as young as the age of 3 years old, with the aim of teaching them to treat each other with the love and the respect that they need to become good and productive individuals in society. However, with the rapid rise of violent crimes in Barbados, it seems as if the importance of this key principle has somewhat been forgotten, with many of our young people placing little or no value on a human life. It is for this reason we are gathered here today to address the issue of violence in Barbados, along with finding a much-needed solution for this dire problem. Upon further dissection of this resolution, I concluded that I cannot support its passing, as I found it to be vague, underdeveloped, and extremely lacking the necessary procedures needed to combat our current public safety issue. We, as the opposition, have been reminded countless of times from members of the government that there is more to violence than gun violence, yet they have failed to propose any appropriate measures to alleviate Barbados out of this crisis. In 2020, 26 homicides were committed by an illegal firearm, 17 in 2021, and on today, July 21st, the number of gun-related homicides stand at 12. For a country who doesn't produce its guns and is surrounded by a body of water, these numbers are preposterous. So, why isn't a greater effort being made by the government to track the source of guns on the island? Where are the guns coming from? Who is importing them? Where are they being kept are all important questions in regards to this situation. How much more senseless killings must we as a nation endure till a thorough investigation is launched to find these dangerous and lethal weapons? It's clear that if you uncover the guns, you reduce the risk of gun violence in Barbados. Hence, finding them should be one of our main priorities. Secondly, to further elaborate, a study from UNICEF, which focused on 500 randomly selected juveniles, highlighted that 65% of Barbados' juveniles were coerced by peer pressure. In the media, our music, and even video games, gang life and being a part of gang culture is heavily glorified. How can we expect our youth to stray from violent crimes when it's so normalized around them? In fact, it was not too long ago, June 1st, 2021, to be precise, Barbados' Prime Minister, Miss Mia Motley, chastised Barbadian dancehall musicians for the production of the track Trojan Redeem. This song, which features lyrics such as "My gun is longer than the arm of the law," and portrays several images of guns in the music video, fueled outrage from many parties in Barbados. In her address to the nation, she dismissed the artistic license and emphasized that, and I quote, we have to speak recognizing that there are some among us for whom there is not enough maturity, the lack of wisdom, recognizing that this is not how you behave in a civilized society, end quote. Still, it would be unwise to believe that this is the only song that has promoted such obscene and promiscuous lyrics that build a greater tolerance, or better yet, encourage violence, whether it be sexually, physically, or gun-related. Without paying special attention to these songs, we play on our radios what videos we show.
What point do you raise?
Standing.
What point do you raise?
She's reading for her.
Point. What point do you raise?
A point of order, sir. The member is reading for her presentation and standing and reminding her of standing order 28-1.
I thought she was referencing her notes, her copious notes. But member, do you want to make that a document of the House?
No, sir, but...
Well, sir, ma'am, you would have to stop
Okay.
referring to the copious notes and
Okay,
continue
I'll make it a
presentation.
document, sir. I'll make it a document.
You can bring it and perhaps the marshal could circulate to the members.
Pardon? Bring it
You're
to
making
you?
a document host, or
Yes,
you're just
sir.
referring to your notes?
I'm referring to my notes.
Referring to your notes?
Yes,
okay.
sir. As I continue, without paying special attention to what songs we play on our radios, what videos we show our children, what we deem as appropriate, or okay, this problem of violence has only just begun. And no, Mr. Speaker, I am not asking for us to remove our culture, but better yet, I'm not asking for us to abandon our culture, but if we don't take responsibility and control the level of profanity our children are exposed to, furthermore, releasing the pressure of fitting in, many of our young people are releasing the
What point do
pressure
you
of
raise?
Oh, gosh.
I rise on a point of order. We'd just like to remind the honourable member again of Standing Order 28.1. If you are referring to copious notes, passive glances are sufficient. But we will not encourage slavishly following notes.
Thank you. Point found.
I'm gonna give them the
Honourable member, please,
I would like to make
please,
it a
I'm going to
document of
ask
the
for your
House,
forbearance.
I would like
I've exercised tremendous forbearance where this is
sit down.
concerned. You're going to have to make a document house.
Yes, sir.
You're going to have to bring it, and I'm going to get the marshal to copy it and circulate to the members of the house. Until then, please stop.
Yes, sir. We'll make it an email to make sure that everyone. Okay.
At what point do you raise?
Sir, I just raised on a point of order, sir, because the leader of government business is Mr. in the house. He's not going to read that document. I don't get it.
I can't assume that, so no point found. And you out of order for even suggesting that. You impugning somebody's character. So, I don't know. No point found. I don't understand what happened.
And if we do not remove
Just
the,
hold a minute.
please.
Is it becoming a document of the house?
Yes, it's because.
Are you making copies of the document and circulating to the members? Yeah? Continue.
Okay. And if we don't remove the pressure that many of our young people are burdened with to fit in, how can we expect violence to end? If we don't create and promote positive messages and teach our children the right, what chance do we as a nation hold to end violence? How can we, my third point, how can we intend to reduce violence in our schools, communities, and homes without taking heed to factors causing people to offend? Is extreme poverty forcing them to commit unethical and illegal crimes in an attempt to make a living? Are our sanctions not tough enough to deter them in the first place? And lastly, is our community not accepting when they go back into society? So they have no choice but to reoffend, to survive, are only a few examples of the questions we must ask ourselves when we aim to reduce future crime. Minimizing influences such as poverty, social background, and creating an environment that allows everyone to have an equal opportunity will in turn reduce violence in Barbados. To conclude, without implementing measures to better regulate the amount of violence our children are shown, or without providing more rehabilitation methods, imposing this resolution would only waste valuable resources. Thank you. I rest my
Thank you.
case.
Thank you, Honorable Member, for such an excellent contribution. I now recognize Neblet. Herbert.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. Now, we can all acknowledge that violence is a serious issue in our country. And in my previous debate, I would have outlined 3 components to a solution. These 3 components were awareness, advice, and action. And I would have stated that I believe that this resolution satisfies those 3 components. Today, however, I would like to bring forward 3 other components to a solution, which I believe my focused extracurricular activities satisfy. These 3 components are deterrence, discovery, and discipline. Before I begin with the topic of extracurricular activity, I would like to state that the government not only seeks to implement extracurricular activities, but to provide resources, adequate resources, which would facilitate the maintenance of these extracurricular activities. Now, one can argue that some students who aren't involved in extracurricular activities aren't involved in them because of a lack of time, but one can also argue that there are students who are children who have too much time. And I'm not saying that every student or child with free time is gonna engage in violence. However, as Mark Dayton once said, idle time is the devil's play. And while idle time may not be a direct cause of violence, it certainly leaves opportunity for violence and should be considered a contributing factor. Not only do extracurricular activities serve as a deterrent from violence, they also provide opportunities for our youth. If more money was injected into extracurricular activities to support professional athleticism, for example, a child who may have been susceptible to violent activity due to circumstance could discover a talent by way of the mandated extracurricular activities and use government resources as a launch pad to a successful career.
What point do you raise, Barker?
Mr. Speaker, I would like to remind of Standing Order 28.1.
What point do you raise?
On the point of order, I would like to remind of honorable member. I remind the honorable member that Standing Order 28.1 makes mention of the inability to read extracts.
Like your member, I thought she was referring to her copious notes.
Okay.
But I would ask the member if she wants to make whatever she's referring to a document of the House.
Mr. Speaker, I have copious points, and I was simply following them closely.
I thought so.
Sorry. Now, in reflection, we can see how these 3 components are satisfied by extracurricular activities, as extracurricular activities serve as a deterrent, deter young people from violence. They offer opportunities for discovery of talents, and extracurricular activities create goals which can instill some form of discipline in our youth. The honorable member made mention to the socialization of our males, and I can agree that to some regard, we as a society have failed to encourage positive...
What point do you raise?
Sir, I raise on a point of order. And the honorable member is still reading, and I promise you, if it's made document of the House, I will take a look at it.
Wow. Honorable Member Caution will stand in order. Please refrain from reading notes, your copious notes, albeit your speech, whatever you would describe it to be. Otherwise, please make a document house so all members can benefit from the notes that you are referring to.
Okay, yes, Mr. Speaker. Okay, as I was saying, the honorable member made mention to the poor socialization of our males, and I can agree that to some regard we have failed to encourage things such as expression by crying and, talking about your feelings. I also acknowledge, though, and I will ask the honorable member to consider that that may not be the natural response to everyone, and these extracurricular activities can be utilized as a form of expression. We need to redefine masculinity and teach our young men, and not only our young men, but also our young people, that violence is not the only form of expression. By creating these extracurricular activities, we can encourage expression, such as expression through art, expression through sport, expression through all kinds of positive activities. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I can acknowledge that this resolution is not complete, but I also acknowledge and stress and emphasize that this resolution is a start, and it's a positive start. And I personally would vote for this resolution to be passed. I oblige you, Mr.
Thank you so much.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members of this House, I would like to stand before you today and say good afternoon, but how could I? How could I call it a good afternoon when today we are here discussing an issue like gun violence? After all the things that we have seen in our society lately, we've seen shootings in the car parks of fast food restaurants. We have seen shootings, persons having karaoke sessions. We have seen shootings of young men attending birthday parties. How many of you have ever been to a fast food restaurant? How many of you have ever been to a birthday party, a karaoke session? Maybe all of us. Mr. Speaker, today we have a problem in our society. This is not the Barbados that I recognize. This is not the Barbados that my parents recognize, and it's definitely not the Barbados that I would want for my children if we continue on this trajectory. I must preface my speech to you today by saying that I am aware that gun violence is not the only form of violence in our society. I know that this type of violence may capture the headlines, the stories, and the attention of people within our society, but there are less spectacular forms of violence that face us every day. But today, my presentation will be focused on gun violence. Why? Because the resolution put forward today does not make any specific mention of ways to combat gun violence. Within this resolution, I can identify resolves that gear towards combating domestic violence mostly. I'm seeing programs that are focusing on the development of individuals.
I hate to interrupt you, but I just want to caution technical persons, Amra Owls, not Garza on his own. Continue. Apologies.
Thank you. Within this resolution, I can see programs that are focusing on the social development for children in schools and training programs for parents. No, don't get me wrong. I agree that these initiatives are really important for a child to have a sense of village, as we all have been making mention of today. But I do agree that these initiatives are helpful in having a firm foundation for our children within our society. But as my member would have mentioned, alluded to rather, a village that does not encourage its child, does not embrace its child, the child would burn down that village trying to fit in within the society. So I understand these resolutions that are being put forward by the government.
But I also see a resolve that speaks to the creation and expansion of victim identification and care and support. But you want to know how people that suffer from from gun violence are identified? Not by any program put forward by the government, but when they are shot in cold blood and are identified by the police, not by any program. In my hands, I have a pamphlet with a victim of gun violence. He was a young man, 20 years old. He was about to be 21 in September. He was laid to rest just 2 days ago. He was a victim of gun violence and not identified by any program here. And this is why my presentation will focus on gun violence today. So today I will put forward some recommendations to the government on how we can seek to alleviate this problem. And the first thing I shall say is that guns are not made in Barbados. It does not take a rocket scientist to know this, and that any guns that are being used within our society have to be brought in, whether by air or by sea. So therefore, my first suggestion would be to take a look at the borders. Now, I'm aware that our government has, and bear with me while I look at my notes really importantly, we have this ALTA system, which is a subsidiary of the IAI, the Israel Aerospace Industries. They were contracted by the government of Barbados to upgrade and provide additional features and capabilities to the Integrated Coastal Surveillance System, the ICSS. Now, this initiative provides the government with a comprehensive maritime situational awareness, right? And this allows the government to have a picture of threats and unlawful activities that are being enacted in our sea. This project...
Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of order.
Yeah.
I will ask the honorable member to make the pamphlet a document of the House so that everybody could benefit from
I agree.
Mr. Speaker, did she say the pamphlet?
Yeah.
No problem.
You can bring it and get some copies, Marshall. Thank you. Continue, Honorable.
Thank you. Now, as I was saying, this project I'm making mention of, it has meteorological sensors and other infrastructure. It has sensors, computer servers, and all kind of things, all fancy things to help us monitor our borders. But you want to know something? We don't have a central berthing location for any boats that come back into our country, and I'm referring to fishing vessels. No, I don't come here today trying to accuse fishermen of doing certain things or engaging in certain activities. But what I will say is that anyone can register a fishing vessel. Mr. Speaker, we have long liners that can go off days upon end, 11 days, 15 days out into the high sea. Now, I think that there's a chance that they could possibly, hypothetically, could engage and interact with other vessels, and they could engage in interactions and exchange of certain contraband. Who knows what it could be?
Ma'am, I would caution you. In another vocation, I work at a port of entry. I work closely with fishing vessels. So I think there's some inaccuracies. I was waiting for a member from the government to raise a point of order dictating that you missed in the house. But I don't know if you might want to strut that for the record. The previous statements you made.
Which statement, Mr. Speaker, sorry?
Fishing vessels, being authorized fishing vessels, and the inference about no official port of entry.
No, I was saying that there was no, just out of me trying to elucidate myself here, Mr. Speaker, what I'm saying is that there's no centrals. A fishing vessel can go off and come back at any jetty without being searched. That was all I was trying to say. Is that fine? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what I will say is that we need to have a centralized birthing location where we can just have more of surveillance on certain things that are going on within our country. Now, while I am on the topic of surveillance, Mr. Speaker, do you guys remember a couple of years ago
You have
There
2
was
minutes.
some conversation in relation to putting CCTV and other forms of surveillance inside of the arrival halls of the Grand Adams International Airport. Do you recall that that was an issue of contention? Now, I'm not saying that certain things happened, but some may argue that it is an open secret that if you want to do certain things, some people happen to result in having some additional remuneration somehow.
Arnold, I can't let that continue. Again, in nullification, work at port of entry, and you're impugning the integrity of the officers of the airport. So I'm going to ask you to straighten that from your record, and I'm going to caution you if you continue on this vein, I'm going to ask you to take your seat.
Thank you, Your Honor, Mr. Speaker. Since I have been cautioned, I will now seek to look at some points that have been brought up by persons on the opposing side. One of those areas is in relation to the mandatory implication of extracurricular activities. And, Mr. Speaker, I will say that people fail to realize that some things are a luxury for some persons. There are some persons who are unable to attend mandatory extracurricular activities, and I'm focusing on the extracurricular within that statement because I can understand and appreciate if you were to have programs within the school hours. But when you have persons who are responsible for picking up a sibling from school, other responsibilities who are unable to stay outside of the school hours, then that is a problem for me. Again, I am not saying I have a problem with the curricular activities, but you need to integrate it within the everyday hours of school. So that is one point that I have a problem with.
What point do you raise?
On a point of elucidation?
Do you give away for the point?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
I just wanted to clarify that on the matter of extracurricular activities, it is within our program to have these activities fit within the school schedule. Now we're aware that in secondary schools, in primary schools, there is a segment of the timetable that is mandated for young persons to engage in some type of wholesome conduct. It is our proposal that in addition to other activities outside of the school, that young people may be able to participate whilst they're there during the school hours for the sessions. And also we understand the concern about finances, and it is this government's position to ensure that the young people are provided with whether it is the finances or the equipment so that they could be fully involved in the activities. So we just wanted to offer that information to the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, in seeking clarity, may I just ask, so these programs are not extra to the curriculum that is being put, it is within the curriculum outlined in the everyday system?
If I may respond, Your Honor, I thought I made it clear. Maybe if the honourable member had remained on the government side, she would have been privy to a bit more information. But the extracurricular activities are those outside of the school system. Now, you asked the question about whether there will be programs within the school system, and I just stood here on a point of elucidation to offer you that information to say, in addition to, as well as, plus. I don't know many more adjectives to fit there, but in addition to the extracurricular programs, we will have some that will fit within the school time so that persons who may not be able to have their parents pick them up late, may not be able to have the time to stay afterwards. I know I was at Alene School. I certainly wasn't staying behind for any extracurricular activities because there won't be a bus. So I do say that we are, in addition to the extracurricular programs, including some within the curriculum.
Sir, on a point of order, the leader of government business is misleading the House. He's trying to trick us into giving another speech. He has one to give at the end.
You finish your point, honourable member?
I wish the opposition member would understand the standing orders, and the point of elucidation is where I stand to offer information as requested by your honourable member. And so, honourable member, I hope I have provided enough information for you to understand that in addition to the extracurricular activities, we do have some that will fit within the curricula so that no one will be disadvantaged. Yes?
Honourable Avali Owls, continue.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I obliged you.
Thank you. Honorable Freeman.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, honorable members and colleagues. Today I stand to speak on the matter related to extracurricular activities and explaining it further as my colleagues and the Prime Minister has stated. Firstly, Barbados has seen a constant recurring theme of violence within the island, and this violence is most prone in our youth. It causes the youth to stray away from what we see them as lights of the future, but rather they become misguided and they lose their path and involve themselves in activities which we seek them not to. Continuing, years ago, violence used to fluctuate on a regular scale of around 20 murders per year. That has changed, however, as in 2019, we saw numbers up to the 40s and 50s. To tackle this matter, we must look to the youth and address them.
Raise on a point of order, sir. The honorable member is reading, and I think that by the time we're done, we're going to have a folder of documents. We need the document as a document of the House, sir. Thank you.
I'm
simply referring to my notes.
Members, please, 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 refrain from reading speeches. I'm not sure if I can allow much more contraventions of the standing orders. I mean, you've been involved in this parliament. This is not your first time, right? So you need to follow the standing orders. Else, I want to ask you to sit and perhaps ask you to leave the chamber. Continue.
Continuing. These extracurricular activities are to guide the youth, as most of them come from disorderly households where their parents don't guide them or their families don't guide them. And not only that, but their families are crowded in these homes. So the extracurricular activities are to give the youth a new area where they can express themselves and enlighten themselves in new skills and new techniques that they can bring forward into the workforce as they age into the 20s to 30s. Following that, with these extracurricular activities, the youth can not only broaden their skills, but also strengthen their skills. Some have talents that may not be seen in the activities provided now, but if we add more activities, they can then express themselves in better ways. Activities like baking and hiking. Some youth don't like sports, and with that, we can also engage them with former persons who are in their steps and show them new ways or show them the following ways in which they can continue like their mentors and give them mentors, so that they can embrace these skills within them. Explaining that point, we can give them the chance to meet persons who have experience and are now out in the workforce, and they can prosper with those examples, leading themselves into the workforce. These youth are often misguided, and these misguided activities come from, if I may, following points, not reading. Right, they can follow opportunities that they want. Simply saying, with these activities and opportunities that we, the government, can provide, the children can raise up themselves without misguided influences. Peer pressure is another thing that makes the youth follow unwanted traits. With these extracurricular activities, we can put the youth in programs that can stray them away from peer pressure. And with this, they will find themselves in groupings, social groupings, where they have similar skills with other youth like them, other young people like them, and they can find friends and other.
Please wrap up. You have a minute and a half remaining.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Find other persons who also share similar techniques with them. When we look at the streets, we see young men dragging garbage cans out in the roads and looking for sticks and rocks and throwing it. Some see it as mischievous behavior, but truthfully, they are looking to play sports. So we can use that and put these young men into sporting programs so they can better themselves in a way that not only instills discipline, but also instills proper training in the sport in a safe regards. I would like to conclude by saying...
What point do you raise, Peters?
I raise on a point of elucidation. I just like the honorable member to...
Do you give away?
No.
Please have a seat.
Nelson Mandela asked the youth to be scriptwriters of their own future. And we can ask the adolescents and the youth to grow in the way that they want to grow in the way that they choose to, by providing the chance and the opportunities for them. Without the chances and opportunities, they cannot do anything but be misguided and misled into unwanted traits. And with that, I oblige, Mr. Speaker.
Blunt, honorable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, honorable members on the government side, honorable colleagues on this side, good afternoon. The recent spike in violence and crime in our country begs the question, is there hope for our generation, and is there hope for the future of our country? Mr. Speaker, I dare to say yes. Yes, there is hope for our generation, and yes, there is hope for the future of our country. However, Mr. Speaker, like the honorable members who have spoken before me, I stand here today concerned and disheartened. Disheartened, sir, at the current direction for which our country is heading in. Disheartened, sir, that we as a nation have become so selfish. Disheartened, Mr. Speaker, that a young man or young female may find solace in owning a gun and committing violent crimes rather than finding that same solace within their own household. Moreover, sir, it begs one of the most important questions. How many more young men must we lose to gun violence? How many more cries of pain and agony must we hear from parents who have just buried just a loved one? How many cries, sirs, of women and girls being abused in this country must we hear? How many more elderly citizens must fall victim to negligence and abuse? How many more, sir? Mr. Speaker, it is time for us as a nation to understand that this is not just an issue for the government, this is not just an issue for the Attorney General, or it's not even just an issue for the police service, but rather is a whole of country approach. It demands all of us working together to find the solutions. Now that being said, Mr. Speaker, that does not mean that policymakers and those who are in charge of making these decisions, that they should be able to get off scot-free. Mr. Speaker, but here we are debating a resolution that does not even scratch the surface as it relates to the urgency that these matters demand. I believe, sir, that when we talk about violence in this country, it requires all of us to identify the root causes of violence in our country. So what are the root causes, sir? Well, Mr. Speaker, according to a survey conducted by UNICEF entitled Generations Unlimited, the Well-Being of Young People in Barbados, it reveals, Mr. Speaker, that the principal drivers of are the root causes of violence committed by juvenile offenders or peer pressure, lack of parental control, and unemployment. Mr. Speaker, in the survey, it also states that youth who have a low quality of social connections with peers are an increased risk of participating in violent behaviors, and so are youth who are associated with delinquent and antisocial peers. Mr. Speaker, it goes further to say that involvement with deviant peers is also one of the most powerful influences on the onset of delinquent violence behaviors. In other words, Mr. Speaker, participation in violent activities, oftentimes on blocks and in communities, it is a tool of gaining membership in certain gangs in this country. It also goes as far as obtaining respect and attention of peers within those same gangs on the blocks, Mr. Speaker. Moreover, Mr. Speaker, one of my other points is the lack of parental control. And I just want to step back and actually commend the government on the point in this resolution that talks about the creation and expansion of training programs for the parents with the aim of preventing violence and reinforcing safe and stable nurturing relationships between children and their parents and caregivers. Now, any of us in here who knows that when we talk about violence, it has to be something that is addressed at home. And so when the government puts forward this proposal, I do support it because it is, I wouldn't go as far as to say it's innovative, but it is a good step in terms of moving forward and how we address the issue. Because oftentimes what we realize, especially in Barbados, that a lot of our young people are growing up in households with just a female or just a mother. I, for one, grew up in a household with just my mother. And oftentimes that the lack of a male figure within the household oftentimes pushes young men to participate in violent crime and things that are not necessarily the best. I want to go further, Mr. Speaker, to talk about unemployment because I've heard a lot of discussion today, but one of the things that were not mentioned is unemployment and the rising cost of living in our country. All of us in here know that when prices, when times get harder, oftentimes people...
You have 2 more minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Oftentimes when times get harder, people find, they look for ways to survive. And oftentimes, for young men, it seems the easiest way out seems to be to turn into the block where they find opportunity. In reality, there are some households within our society where there is no opportunity, and these young men feel that opportunity when they go on the block. For instance, many times they may say that they want to make quick money, and the way to do that is to turn to crime and violence. As a matter of fact, just the other day I was having a discussion with one of my friends, and he is a block person, and he was saying that on his block, they use walkie-talkies. So these guys are getting innovative so if they see a police car coming, these guys don't need to be right in contact with the police. They sound the alarm from far away. And so we need to understand that even though these young men are finding innovative ways to commit crime, we as a society, we as a government and opposition, need to understand that we need to address the issue of why young men turn to violence in this country. It is not something that one get up every morning and say, well, let me just commit crime. The reality is the lack of opportunity. It is the lack, sir, of the disregard for men in this society. I also remember that in another setting we talked about In another setting, there was talk about how the prison, the population of the prison and the numbers, and a greater percentage of the cells or this room available in the prison was for males. So that alone shows that our society expects men to fail. And I think that is one of the problems. If the fact that we can build a prison that houses more men than female. And I don't say that, I mean, it shows that we as a society are not doing what is necessary in terms of how we push young men from these violent crimes.
Thank you.
So, I oblige to you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member Eiffel, you have the floor.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. Violence, a hurricane that has been threatening our shores, except it's not just threatening. In fact, it comfortably sits in our homes and kicks up its feet. It sits behind our desks in schools, and it's even in our churches. Violence has been around far longer than we have, and I fear it will continue after us. That is why we need to try to do something. We need solutions. The anti-violence resolution is offering those. We need solutions that will start at home. We need solutions that will bring awareness to our population. We need solutions that will teach our youth. It is said that everything starts at home. Well, so does violence. 79 of the children who went before the juvenile delinquency court said that they witnessed abuse at home. What is this saying? This is saying that abuse is in our households. That is why I am very, very, very behind the notion for training programs for parents, because we have parents out here who are enabling bad behaviors in their children because they themselves do not, in fact, know better. We have parents who are sitting back and allowing their children to do these things, and it needs to end. It needs to end. Secondly, we need to bring awareness. Our society is still largely hostile to the LGBTQI community. We have people who will shout insults at them, threaten to harm them, and who may actually carry it out just because. And violence, just our distaste for violence would just fly through the window because of this? No, it has to end. Finally, we are looking to use extracurricular activities in order to teach our youth important life skills, skills that will benefit them in the future. And I know there's been some speculation that we are forcing the children. We are not. And I have an example of this. I can testify to it. Because when I was first into secondary school, I was rather shy. And I didn't have the courage to join certain extracurricular activities, and I let my fears get in the way. But if these activities were mandatory, I think maybe they would have been put aside and I would have joined them. I would have. And I regret not joining them sooner because I would have had more of a chance to pursue them and continue doing what I love. I would have found a passion sooner. I think this is what our youth needs. Our youth needs these opportunities. And this matter, this is affecting our youth. We can't say that it's not affecting them, it is. Because when we look around, when we look at the people who are committing these crimes, when we look at the people who are at the bad end of them, it is our children. It is our children. How much longer are we going to sit back and fight a resolution that is looking to attempt at change? Yes, it can't be complete because it does not have us all. We are birds of a feather. Let us stop acting like we own our own flock and finally flock together. This concerns Barbados. This does not concern me, you, or anybody else. This concerns us all. It concerns we. And unless we step forward and do something, it is going to continue. More lives will be lost. More people will be being abused at home. More children will become victims. So let us do something. Let us start here. Let us start with our foundation and build from that.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
I oblige.
Recognize Spooner from the opposition.
Mr. Speaker, fellow members, good afternoon. People should have autonomy over their body, whether good or bad. This simply means having a choice to consuming anything, whether healthy or not. Having a choice to the clothes you want to wear, having a choice to the job you want, having a choice to who you want to marry, how many children to have, and how to raise these children. Today, for instance, I wanted to wear this shirt, but my mother wanted to put me in a different one, and that led to a heated discussion. However, at the end of the day, it is my choice and my body. Alcohol is not innately bad. It is how we use it in moderation. The same way, for example, if we don't drink water for 3 days, we will die. So we know water is essential to our life. However, if we drink 25 gallons of water within 24 hours, we will die. Our blood will be diluted. So water is bad for us now? No. We drink it in moderation. Certain medicines contain alcohol as well. So this is bad also. And I also know that it is crop over and there's fats. So these people are going to be drinking excessively. Are these alcoholics too? The people in France, they drink wine with their meals, including children, whether it is 1%, 5%, or 10%. Are they alcoholics too? And not only does the rise of alcohol prices affect persons, it will also affect businesses, restaurants, and bars negatively. They would have to increase the cost of their meals and beverages, discouraging customers and losing profit. For crying out loud, we have 2 rum factories. West Indies Rum, Foursquare Rum, and don't forget our lone Barbados banks. These factories employ hundreds of people. Increasing the cost of alcohol will indirectly affect the cost of indirectly affect the cost of products to decrease.
Point do you raise?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'm having some trouble following the honorable member's argument, and I'd like to just clarify something for a bit.
So you're on point of elucidation.
A point of elucidation.
Do you give away?
Sure. So, honorable member, you've made several mentions to jurisdictions outside of the Caribbean who consume copious amounts of alcohol. You've made reference to crop over and the consumption of alcohol. You've made reference to culture and alcohol. I'm confused because it is not our suggestion in the resolution that we should ban all consumption of alcohol. Rather, we're looking at the over-consumption of alcohol. To continue the point, and I'm sure you were there when we heard the discussion from the sergeant, which informed us that most of the times when we have these issues of domestic violence, it is because persons have been consuming copious amounts of alcohol, and so it leads them to these violent behaviors. So I just wanted to clarify, I don't think that you would be so reckless as to state we need to continue having persons being able to make the choice to drink as much alcohol as they want, with whatever consequences. So I just need that clarification before you continue.
Remember, you probably struck a chord because you're talking about alcohol, the leader of government business. So that's perhaps why you rose. But please continue your speech.
Well, if honorable member will hold on and wait and not assume and hold their horses, I will get to my...
What point do you raise?
On the same point of elucidation...
So you're elucidating the point that you made before?
Yes, I am elucidating the point that I made. The honorable member continues to say, if I would let her continue, but honorable member, I'm taking into consideration what you have already presented. And if I'm to go by what you have already presented, your argument is basically to say we shouldn't touch alcohol because it is not an issue in Barbados. We have rum distilleries that produce it. We have people who consume it. People in France consume it. I'm confused. What is your argument? What are you presenting to us today on the point of alcohol? Are you saying that we should not increase the taxes on alcohol? Are you saying that people should be allowed to drink alcohol when and how they please, like, without the consequences?
Please continue.
I would like to move on, thank you.
He seems to be an expert on rum and alcohol. Please continue.
As I was saying, these factories employ hundreds of people, and this indirectly affects them, as these rum distilleries have to lay off these people, and they would have to be unemployed.
What point do you raise, leader?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker.
You must allow the member to continue her
But
speech because it cannot allow the leader of opposition to get up here and complain that we don't give him lunch.
But Mr. Speaker, I cannot sit here in good conscience and let the honourable member mislead this House. We're not proposing that there's any layoff of persons in the alcohol industry. We are speaking about taxes so that persons don't consume them at the point of sale to the extent that they involve or get engaged in violent behavior.
I am saying that if we increase
Mr. Speaker, sir, I don't believe you've acknowledged the other honourable speaker to present.
She was speaking. You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Please continue.
Anyway, thank you.
Please.
If we do raise the prices of alcohol, what are we doing with the extra money? And don't tell me we're going to create programs or improve programs for chronic drinkers. We've seen this with the raise of sweet drinks. I haven't seen the extra money from these sweet drinks in any heart disease or the diabetes program.
Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of order. The honourable member continues to mislead the House. Now, I've quoted statistics this morning on the efficacy of the sugar-sweetened beverage tax and the fact that these taxes were put towards health programs within the hospital. I don't know why the honourable member will stand up and suggest that there's no evidence of the funds being used for useful ventures.
What point do you raise, Ms. Mason?
Good morning. I rise on a point of order. I do not believe that the leader of government business in good conscience is allowing our opposition member to speak. No. If you wait and listen, then you will hear what she is trying to say. Until then, honourable member,
I think the
please.
honourable business
Thank you.
is all right to clarify, as are any other members in here to raise on the point when they believe that a member is misleading the House. Now, the challenge with me, I would assume that he would have saved it for his closing speech, but I can make that statement. What point do you raise, honourable member?
Sir, I rise on a point of order. Our colleague, the leader of government business, is misleading the House by making the House think that my member is misleading the House. Please. He has a closing speech, sir, and I've said before, he can save all these for the closing speech. I think we want to get to lunch here, and I think we want to pass a resolution here.
Thank you, member. And I've been intimating that the leader of opposition will come in the halls and chastise me because he wants to get to lunch. Anyway.
And drink it down here after.
Please continue your speech. And I'm going to allow you to continue and finish your speech because time has run out without any other interruptions.
Thank you. I haven't seen this extra money in any heart disease or diabetes programs. I haven't seen anywhere else where this money is being used. Clearly, I've missed it in the news. That is why I believe increasing the price of alcohol is counterproductive and counterintuitive. As a few persons may be deterred from the high cost, there will always be those persons who will continuously purchase alcohol, no matter the cost, even if it negatively impacts their health or completely deplete their finances. This is a cry for help. This is an addiction not seen by the attic. There's an underlying problem, a root cause, a main problem causing them to drink excessively, such as socioeconomic factors, for example, the pandemic, the high cost of living, the high gas prices, unemployment, and the decrease of social interactions due to the pandemic. And certainly no one is happy if they are abusing substances. On top of that, increasing alcohol prices for those who cannot afford may resort to other illicit drugs, making the situation worse. And it is for these reasons that raising the cost of alcohol will not be a deterrent. The underlying problem needs to be addressed so the likelihood of someone abusing alcohol as a coping mechanism will be decreased.
Thank you.
I didn't get a chance. Sorry.
Recognize the honorable member.
Waldron.
Waldron.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker, honorable members. Violence is an issue that affects all of us, no matter what demographic we may be a part of, whether it be our age, ethnicity, gender, or location. And Barbados was never a particularly violent society. There has always been violence in our society, but it has never been as evident as it is right now. Because between the year 2020 and 2021, there was an 18% increase in domestic violence cases in just 1 year. And most notably, as most of the other honorable members would have mentioned, there has been an increase in the number of murders involving guns. And this is not an issue that could be confined to one source. As the honorable members would have mentioned again, there's lack of sense of community, but there have also been the issue where they're beginning to have relationship struggles now, as well as the individual mental struggles that some people have. So I want to take this moment to look at the tax on alcohol that was just being discussed. Now, the president would have mentioned that the tax on alcohol is not to eliminate the use of alcohol. It's still going to be a part of our society no matter what, because it's already been introduced. People have grown accustomed to it. But what we want to do is we want to deter or reduce the amount of alcohol that is consumed in one sitting. And the sugar tax is mentioned as a failed price deterrent because the sugar tax, people believe that because the sugar tax didn't work, the alcohol tax is not going to work. But again, as the president would have mentioned, there was a study done by the International Journal of Behavioral Nutrition and Physical Activity. And what they did is that they compared the sales, all of the sales of the sugar-sweetened beverages, they compared that from 2014, and then they compared that to the year of 2018, after the sugar tax was implemented in 2015. And it showed that there was the 4.3% decrease in amount of sugar-sweetened beverages sold, as well as an increase in the amount of water sold. So even though at that point in time you still saw people, and even today now, you still see people consuming sugar-sweetened beverages, it doesn't necessarily mean that the price deterrent has failed. It's just that there hasn't been such a significant change that you don't see anybody drinking any more sweet drinks, but it has been to some effect being effective. But what would strengthen this alcohol tax is, even if you take out the fact that is, even if you don't look at the price deterrent by itself, you gotta kind of look at the other factors that come along with it as well, because there have been a lot of changes between 2019 and 2022. Most notably, COVID came into existence in 2020, and that really changed how everything operates. And Right, so there has been a renewed focus on health because COVID really put health into perspective. People place a lot more emphasis on it. We all know of someone who began planting in their backyards. We all know of people beginning to exercise at all times in the middle of the night and before the roosters wake up in the morning. And most notably, there was a change in people's diet because, again, they became health conscious. So they wanted to reflect that in their diet. So there was a further decrease in the amount of sugar-sweetened beverages sold, as well as the decrease in the amount of alcohol used. So,
Let me have 2 more minutes.
yeah. I could continue?
Of course.
All right, cool. So it is not that it was an ineffective price deterrent. Alcohol tax has been the sugar tax has been effective, and the alcohol tax can be effective too as a way to reduce the amount of alcohol that is consumed in one sitting. People are always going to consume alcohol, but when you tax the alcohol, when you tax the alcohol and you consider the factors that we are in tough economic times and people have placed a more of an emphasis on health. When you combine those things,
Sir, I raise on a point of order. The honorable member is misleading the House, sir. There is no real statistical correlation that this alcohol tax will necessarily affect the consumption and the purchase of alcohol, because I'm not sure if the honorable member has touched base with current affairs, but there has just been the age limit formally placed on the purchasing of alcohol. So there's no real correlation here because you have 2 things happening at once. You want to put this tax and you also just put the age limit. So you gotta, be mindful of current affairs. You are the government, right?
No point found because I thought he was linking it to the example laid by the Prime Minister about the effect of the sugar sweetened tax had on the consumption of sweet drinks. But I'll let him make that point himself.
Right, so with the alcohol tax again, there is going to be, if it goes into implementation, based on past evidence, we could say that there's going to be a reduction in the amount of alcohol consumed. And when there's this reduction in the amount of alcohol consumed, there's still going to be the consumption of alcohol, but it's less likely that it's going to be a situation where people go out to fest and they consume a lot of alcohol at one time because it is cheap. They're still going to consume the alcohol, but when they consume the alcohol at a higher price, they can't afford as much. So it's less likely that they become intoxicated and get themselves into scenarios that they would have not otherwise been involved in. So at that, I would like to conclude by saying that the resolution in general is an awesome solution to violence. It could obviously be improved, but it's a very good first step. I'm obliged.
Thank you. Sounds like the end of government business. Oh. Honorable Knight, you have the floor.
Good morning. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today, I stand to declare my disapproval and disappointment in the resolution before us, as it is not comprehensive enough to deal with our local realities. This resolution leaves me gravely wanting. Mr. Speaker, I am all for the expansion of victim identification, care, and support programs with the Barbados Police Service. There is mention of support programs for victims, but what about more support, tracking, and reintegration mechanisms for perpetrators of violent crimes like the current Prisoners Journey Mentorship Program. In 2019 alone, the recidivism rate stood unacceptably at around 22%. Have we given up on these people and the contribution they can make to society? Mr. Speaker, we need more social workers in both our schools and prisons. Now, when it comes to the expansion of training for marginalized groups, I'm particularly confused with the inclusion of the word marginalized, as violence can affect all and sundry. This training should be made available to everyone, especially those susceptible to violence and those predisposed to carrying out violence. Men do not appear to be quote-unquote marginalized based on the inclusion of women as an example. Yet, majority of the victims and perpetrators of gun violence, one of the most publicized and common acts of violence locally, are men. The classification of being quote-unquote marginalized is not a prerequisite for violence to occur. Let me reiterate, the classification of being quote-unquote marginalized is not a prerequisite for violence to occur. On gun violence murders alone, in 2020, we saw 26 children of the soil being lost to the gun, 17 in 2021, and 12 currently as it stands in 2022. Additionally, around 465 illegal guns were seized in the last 6 years, along with several thousand rounds of ammunition. Furthermore, University of the West Indies Cafo campus professor Dwayne Devonish recently warned that Barbados was on the verge of a health crisis related to gun violence and gang conflict. Devonish went on to add that there is need for urgent and strategic action with regards to vigilance at our ports of entry. Even with all this information, Mr. Speaker, at their fingertips, the government still does not specifically highlight its plans for gun violence, one of the most prevalent forms of violence on the island. We have transitioned from big rocks to big guns. The people of Barbados need action immediately, not a plan that will see minuscule benefits in 20, 30 years. Mr. Speaker, I was also really hoping to see some sort of provision for the expedition of adjudication within our court system, as too many violent offenders roam our streets on remand or on bail, and can potentially receive discounted sentences if charged because of this free time. Why is it so hard for us to try cases for an incident within 1 year of it being brought to the system? More resources need to be placed within our criminal justice system. These sentiments are also shared by one of our prominent judges, Carlisle Graves. Now, concerning reducing the appeal of alcohol by raising alcohol prices and creating an NCSA program, this only addresses one potential catalyst for violence, and price is just but one factor of consumption. Also, what specifically will be done to discourage the use of other substances like ecstasy and cocaine? These are also known inducers of violence, where cocaine offenses alone represent around 10% of all local drug crimes on this island. In essence, Mr. Speaker, the resolution in its current form does not go far enough in addressing the roots of violence and does not take into consideration all victims and incitements of this dreaded scourge to this society. And if operationalized, will do no more than spin top in mud. The people of Barbados deserve and need better. Too many mothers are crying out
Remember, you have 2 more minutes.
in the streets. The government makes it seem like an incomplete resolution is a step in the right direction, but an incomplete proposal can do more harm than good. Not even the banks, Mr. Speaker, in this country accept incomplete proposals. So why is the government bringing an incomplete proposal here to the people of Barbados, the good people of Barbados? The government today has brought an appetizer when it was at least hoping for the main course. With amendments catering to what I mentioned previously, I see hope for us being able to wash the bloodstains and smell of blood from our hands as a country, unlike Lady Macbeth. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. With these words, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I am obliged.
Thank you. Recognize Honorable Member Roach.
Good morning, everyone. Honorable members, good afternoon, everyone. Honorable members.
Please address the chair.
Right. I rise today not to show my profound support to this resolution laid before the House. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, before I dive into it, I would like now to shed some light and put a microscope on our disabled people, preferably children. Sir, in recent statistics from UNICEF, international organization that deals with children, 19.1 million people in the Latin and Caribbean region are disabled. And children especially are 3.7 times more likely to be abused, sir. And this has to stop. And I come to this honorable chamber proud and happy to be in this position now to pass this resolution in order to stop violence against these marginalized groups. And ways we can help to ease the burden and curb and reduce the violence against these persons is by creating a focal point advisory committee, a high-level advisory committee that would advise the government on ways we can address programs that we can implement to reduce the violence against these persons, and by also recognizing in our society that these people are persons, these people, regardless of age, gender, or ethnicity, they must be protected at all costs. And I'm happy to be here to shed that light. In 2017, this honorable chamber passed the Prevention of Discrimination Act, which protected and prohibited discrimination against persons who are disabled in the workplace. Because, Mr. Speaker, these people must be able to go in their place of business and earn $1 so they can provide for themselves and their families. And that is why I'm happy to be here to protect them. Sir, in 2002, the government released a white paper putting our position on persons who are disabled. And it quote under the Constitution that persons and citizens in Barbados must be protected because they all share the same civil, political, cultural, and religious views. Well, not really religious views, but they all must be protected. And sir, in the words of the Honorable Mia Moore-Motley, these people, they're not foreigners, they're not aliens, they are Barbadians, and they must be protected at all costs. And even, sir, recent statistics coming from the National Organization for Disabled, which outlined a constant struggle for persons who are disabled is proper transportation. People who are not disabled constantly criticize the government's efforts to have public transportation for both persons. But these people who don't have anything, that will be a privilege. People need to recognize these persons have dreams, persons have hopes. These persons need to be able to reach their full cognitive and potential levels so they can be productive citizens of this great nation. And I'm happy to be in this honorable chamber to help defend them. It's because, sir, we need to remember there will be no retreat. There will be no surrender. These people, you need to recognize, sir, that these people need to recognize, sir, that these people are our people. We're not doing this for anybody else. We need to do it for our people and our people alone. Who else will do it for them but us? And that is why, sir, I'm happy not to be in this honorable chamber so we can protect them. 3 points, critical points, I think, that should be considered in the resolution, be it resolved, is the hefty penalties and fines for persons who park in allocated parking spaces that are reserved for people who are disabled. Because, sir, that is a crime. And let's be honest, it must be stopped and nipped in the bud. And persons who we also need to recognize that our disabled children especially need proper educational resources and need to be able to be in a safe, healthy environment where they can reach their full potential levels to be productive citizens of this nation. Sir, we have people like His Honor Senator Andrea Boyce, who went to university and he was able to reach his full cognitive level because he was able to reach and be in a safe and healthy environment.
Sir, I rise on a point of order. Once again, the government side does not seem to be in tune with current affairs. I attended the launch a few months ago when right beside Collins, there in Broad Street, there was a big launch for the parking spots in town for disabled persons. What is he talking about?
I was there too.
I saw you there.
I
We had a
understand.
drinky dongy after. I don't know what he's talking about. We were there. He needs to read the order papers. He needs to read the newspaper and watch the news.
Honorable member, like, have you know that I always read the news, but let me go past that. What I'm trying to say is that he just stated my point earlier that we have the potential to make these people reach and do more. And that's what the resolution right now, which you're always criticizing, does more and will build on the foundation, because we need to start from somewhere, and if opposition will work with government or move out of the way so we can help protect these persons who are constantly marginalized and discriminated towards, sir, because people, so let's be honest, people in Barbados must not, let's be honest, sir, people in Barbados must not or should not be able to walk in their communities and their streets out the feel of...
We have 2 more minutes. Bring it home.
All right, without having the feel of being discriminated or prejudiced towards, so that's not the Barbados that I know. Barbados that I know, our kind of armor chair I keep fighting for, is Barbados that will constantly protect our marginalized groups. Because at the end of the day, they are all Barbadians. And Mr. Speaker, sir, in my closing, before I was interrupted, I would like for hefty penalties and fines for persons who park in allocated parking spaces, more educational resources for persons who are disabled, and we also need to recognize and resolution will speak to that also, that the awareness so we can include these persons in our day-to-day lives, because these people, I say again, they are Barbadians and they must protect it at all costs. And that, Mr. Speaker, sir, I oblige to you.
Good afternoon.
I recognize Simpson.
Good afternoon to our members of the House. Good afternoon to you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to start from a point one of the Right, I would like to refer to the point the honorable member made earlier about this resolution laying the foundation. The foundation is very weak, it seems, because it was said at another place, in another debate, sir, that it was also said today that it takes a village to raise a child. But yes, I'm saying here, sir, that I'm still trying to find the villager here. Where they're training the village, sir, because if you are saying to me that it takes a village to raise a child, put it in here. Don't bring something to me that's incomplete and then expect me to go with it and they're telling me to sit down and follow government. It don't work like that. Don't bring it to me. But I lost the word, sir, because this is a bunch of foolishness. This is foolishness, sir. Because it seems...
Remember, I caution you about the use of unparliamentary language.
Sorry, sir, forgive me. But I'm a bit passionate today, sir.
I can tell.
Sir, but it seems, sir, that all was done, that they made the words a little small and put it on one page and taking something new. But sir, my memory has not failed me, sir, because I can see that the old one has a little thing back and no, this ain't got nothing. So don't think because you reduce at me that we bring in front of me. I also want to refer to another member that said about birds of a feather flock together, but I just want to say something to you, ma'am. The Army House. There's always a saying that a leader must go before the flock, go off in a new direction, confident that he's leading his people in the right way. Right? I also like to say that it was said already that our young men are the issue, right? But where is the resolution speaking about our young men? I am not seeing any resolution saying that speaking of our young men, whether it is counseling, training. I have not seen it here in the resolution. I am not seeing it here in the resolution, sir. Sir, I'm also, sir.
What point do you raise?
Mr. Speaker, I raise on a point of elucidation.
Do you give away?
No, sir. I will continue, sir. Sir, if you want to raise the price of alcohol, sir, the
What point do you
persons-
raise?
I raise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir. The honorable member is misleading the House. If I could continue, the suggestion that there's nothing in here that speaks to the village is incorrect. The use of language that the opposition so pressed upon earlier today and, flowery language that was included in the resolution speaks to the village that we mentioned. There's a whole of Barbados approach referenced in this document. Now you understand that the concept of the whole of Barbados means everyone. That is the village. I made the point earlier that we were talking about parents. In this resolution, we make reference to the training of parents. I mentioned Barbados. I'm not sure if you were sitting in the same parliament that I'm in, but all these things were mentioned before. So to suggest that this honorable government came and did not make any propositions about the village is incorrect.
Sir, the honorable does just feel what he believes, but I will continue, sir. Sir, the resolution before the House this morning, sir, is...
I don't remember what point you raised again.
I raise on a point of order.
Again.
I raise on a point
This
of
leader
order.
of opposition can stop me in the hall and tell me why keep it in here so long.
Mr. Speaker, sir, with all due respect, the government is here to do business. So if the leader of the opposition wants to go and have lunch, he can leave. I continue to make the point to the honourable member on the other side. I wish that he would recant the statement of, you can believe whatever you believe. I wish we would not make improper and impute improper motives of honourable members in this House, because the resolution is clear. The resolution is clear.
No point of order found. Honorable member, continue.
Sir, I will continue, sir. I will ask again, you ready programs for the villages, sir? But I will continue. I'm also a bit puzzled by this mandatory thing because last time I checked, children don't live at school. Children live in the community. So why not take these programs into the community to get our students are at school from 9 till about 2 years? 9 till about 3, that's a 3. These programs can't do enough at that time. Take it in the homes of our students, sir. Sir, this is not good enough to tell me that we are bringing mandatory. So why are you forcing this thing on children? That's what got me. So are we trying to force this on children, sir? First of all, I think what needs to be done, you need to find out what the children are interested in, but don't just force activities on children. So they're going to do that. It is not right, sir. Sir, it is not right. Sir, and I would also, sir, would like to, because I believe in you don't always have to lambast, sir, but you can give a few suggestions, sir, to the government. So, sir, I would like to suggest that the government rethink this resolution once more and add some substance to it. It's lacking substance. It's like cooking chicken. You just put chicken in the pot and got the seasoning. Add a little seasoning, black pepper, spices, something. Because right now, it's just raw. It's raw. Please deal with that. And what is very funny that the members of the government actually got up and admitted that the own resolution is incompleted. Well done. So I don't have to repeat that again. They did it for me, so I thank you this morning. Sir, in my closing, sir, I would like to say that the opposition is not blind. So before you look to bring another completed resolution to the House, please make sure it's done, because we see, if they don't see, I see, they can tell you, I see. And I will speak about it, sir. Also, I landed the plane now, sir, so give me some landing. Sir, I want to touch the alcohol real quick before I sit down, sir. Raise the prices, then you do nothing, sir, because if
I remember.
I rise on a point of order. The honorable members on the other side are saying that our resolution is lacking substance, but they're not even reading our resolution. They are saying that we are not including these measures to reduce violence in our community in the homes, but it says right here, community empowerment, calling for a national action plan on violence to include measures to reduce violence in communities, schools, and homes, including but not limited to. Yes, our resolution is not complete, but it's not complete because we do not have your input as well. This is a whole of Barbados issue. This is not just the government side issue.
Well, ma'am, if you brought it to the back door, we can't give any suggestions to it. So don't bring that to me, ma'am. But as I was saying, our members are here because, as I was saying, raising alcohol prices does not do anything. Because if they want buy, they can buy it. No matter what, if people want something, they are going to buy it. So that needs to be relooked. I will also look that there is some a resolution, some counseling being done for these young men in this situation, sir. There are women, sir, who sir, as the opposition leader said this morning, sir, you must say lots of man very bad, but that's a major problem, sir, that we need to look into, sir. We need to have counseling in place for these people, sir. We need to have measures that prevent it from happening, sir. We need to go into our schools, sir, and find out what these children are like, sir, the type of environment in which they're living, sir, and bring it up before it happens. Because sometimes we wait, because, as I said previous, crime may now start, sir. People may now start killing. Before you burn people to killing, and before you burn people to killing, sir. So why now we waiting? And what puzzles me is that person got up in the morning and said that I am excited. How are we excited to come and talk about the issue that we can deal with everything, sir? It is foolishness, sir. I thank you.
Honorable Samuel, you know, raise that, Boston. You have the floor, Boston.
Thank you, Speaker of the House. And a pleasant good afternoon to my fellow members here in the government side, respected members of the opposition, and members in the audience who are so willing and able to take up their time to come here and be a part of the issues that we are currently speaking on. Mr. Speaker, sir, before I continue, I'd like to request that we all rise and just have a few seconds to take a time to pause and remember the lives of those lost due to violence and the mourning parents, Mr. Speaker.
You could request it, but I'm hungry, so continue.
Understandable. I ask for those moments of silence because this is serious. This isn't just a game to play. These persons' lives are being lost and something needs to be done about it. We need to acknowledge that they can never live another day, that their mothers are crying because they've lost their child. As relates to the honorable member of the opposition that spoke about how this resolution is incomplete, I think he needs to read it a little better. If he completely reads it, he'd understand the position that the government is willing to take for the youth of this island, for the families and their communities. To the other opposition member who spoke about the reluctance of the members and the youth in the community to go to churches and seek help and assistance, I'd like to offer a measure of apology as a young member, being a leader in youth in my church in St. John, and being a youth ambassador for the YMCA here in Barbados. I'd like to issue an apology.
Point of order. Members of the government side has said that us on the opposition has not given solutions, but the members in the government has not provided solutions either.
A point of order.
Thank you, ma'am. No point found. I think they brought the resolution. Continue.
So,
what point? Thanks.
As a member of the church and the body of Christ, I apologize for every time that mothers would have gone to churches and have been swept aside and their issues and their causes was not addressed. However, as I stand here in this hallowed place of politics and parliament. I ask that we reconsider the approach that we have to each and every single aspect of our society. As government, as opposition, as member of the church, as member of the community, I ask that we come together. And we set aside the differences that so far divided us and kept us from communicating, has kept us in our homes and having them locked up, as the member of the opposition has spoken about. And begin to speak with each other and speak and listen to understand each and every person's position. There's a number of different communities and a number of different organizations already within the community that I believe that the government can partner with in the schools and as well with the Council of Parents. The Power of Choice, for example. One quote from my mentor leader, the Power of Choice, who often speaks on this, that understanding and accepting the truth of what I cannot control places me in a powerful position to respond wisely instead of reacting in every circumstances. These messages need to be taught to our young men. Someone needs to sit beside them, understand where they're coming from, understand the pain and agony and frustration that they go through when society rejects them, and put them to the side and allow them to speak and listen to them and have discourse with them.
You have a minute and a half. You have 1 minute and 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, programs like the Biocultural Research Unit, the research program, that although they've just started in 2020, they've already identified the plants that are endemic to Barbados and are only found here in Barbados. Having youth and having young children and young people engaging in activities, understanding the biocultural heritage that we have here on the island and how members of the past would have used those very plants to assist in medicine when it was taken from them because of slavery. Having them understand the heritage that we have here and having them engage in STEM activities will not only allow them to innovate and create new medicines for this island, but it will uplift the Caribbean as a whole, and it will put more products on the map for Barbados in ensuring more employment. And finally, on the point of parenting, the honorable member of the opposition said the child who is not embraced by the village will burn it down to feel its warmth. A number of persons in our society have been growing up without full parenting, without full adulthood supervision, without the presence of fathers in their life. In this community and holistic approach that the government is providing, fathers will be able to find ways to communicate with their children in areas where they've been so marginalized because of community, because of society and the role that they see for men to play. We all know that whenever there's a father present providing a sense of security and safety to the home, that the likelihood of violence and the perpetration of crimes is less likely. David Samuel Green, in his thesis in Differential Pathways for Fathering and Fatherlessness in Afro-Caribbean Society, spoke that one of the main reasons of the lack of fatherhood involvement within the lives of their children is due to the fact that the fathers themselves do not feel adequate in their role as a father. Should these parenting policies and training come into communities, fathers begin to find the tools that they need to engage with their children, to not only be there as a disciplinarian, but to show love and support and to encourage them to be everything that they are meant to be. So when the opposition speaks that we are not providing any solutions and our approach is lackluster and is lacking sauce,
yeah,
we have solutions.
Thank you.
Listen and read well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Well, we could probably close the business. I recognize Maison.
Afternoon. The secret of change is to focus all your energy on not fighting the old, but building on the new. Mr. Speaker, honorary members, the rise in violence within our communities is terrifying. Our people are in so much distress. It painfully burdens my heart and drives me to anger. I have been hearing within this honorary chamber these programs that the government
has been proposing and producing. And what I must say that I am impressed with their tenacity to solve this problem. There's a few things that I want to hear. In moments of desperation and hopelessness, most times violence prevails, especially gun violence. Within our communities, the citizens who are a part of the lower socioeconomic bracket are at the short end of the stick. With the recovery of the 2020 COVID pandemic still ongoing and prices and taxes still at exorbitant heights, these persons for the last 2 years have been fighting tooth and nail to make ends meet. And unfortunately, some have turned to illegal means to do so. No, though crime and gun violence are not the same, they are interconnected, and according to UNICEF, it is normal for people to commit crimes in a nation where economic hardship perseveres. Thus, I ask this. These programs require funding. Where is this funding coming from? How will it be repaid if needed be? What will be going towards exactly? Have you even thought who would it be affecting? Why have I not heard not one of these things or this mentioned by government expenditures? Anything pertaining to funding in this resolution that has been said and admitted virtually incomplete. No, because of right now, our country, our people, whether you like it or not, is going through enough hardship as it is, and they cannot afford to be stretched so thin. Yes, there are tax levies to soften the weight of the pandemic effects, but are they helping our citizens? Hurry. Prime example. Relevance? Okay. Barbados vegetable import in 2019 was $1,630 per ton. In 2020, it has increased by $570, amounting to the cost of $2,200 per ton. Mind you, we import millions into this country. No. Though a tax levy has been placed on the vegetables and fruits, which I must commend, has it really softened it? Because the prices are still exorbitantly high and it has not changed. So, that along with the excise tax on sweet beverages that have increased to 20%.
What point do you raise?
On a point of order, Mr. Speaker, sir, I just would like the honourable member to steer me in the direction of the relevance of her line of discussion. We're speaking about violence in Barbados and programs to promote the development of young people, and I'm hearing about fruits and vegetables.
Thank you, honorable member. But if you had continuously listened before getting up, you would have understood. No. As I was stating before, these have been increased by 20% since April 2022. And a similar tax on high salt content products will be imposed in October of this year. So if fruits and vegetables are expensive and junk food are going to be expensive, the effects will be drastic on the lower socioeconomic bracket. So I ask the government again, where is the funding coming from? Who is it going to? Where it is going to? Now, don't misinterpret my questions that the opposition does not care about violence within our community, because that means comprehension has been futile for the past couple of minutes. But you must understand that everything our government does is a butterfly effect. If government would like to borrow this money to sustain these fantastic programs, whether it may be from the IMF or the World Bank,
the first thing that would be thought about to
Ma'am, you have
repay
2
these
more minutes.
taxes is to repay taxes. Then this, let's say this happens, the cost of living will rise, desperation within our communities will rise, persons of our lower socioeconomic status will stutter.
I rise on a point of order. Mr. Speaker, sir, you've just indicated to the honorable member that she has 2 minutes to wrap up. She told me that if I listened, she would get to the point of her discussion, but yet still I'm hearing about, again, the vegetables, salt. I see no reference to our debate. If the honorable member could, in her last 2 minutes, just use it wisely to steer us in the direction of whether you're talking about, how we can fund the programs, can we stick to that, as opposed to other things which necessarily don't fall under the scope of this debate.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. However, these are the root cause. So I am going through them so that you have a better understanding of what is the mindset, what we are thinking about before we can say yes. Now,
What point do you raise? Privilege, you're going.
citizens would turn to violence to make ends meet or to release the stress due to the desperation. It is a cycle. So again, I ask, what is the plans for funding? No, we the opposition, we have things to propose. We would like that the intended budget, the source of funding, as well as the plan of repayment, if so needed, be a detailed blueprint of these programs, as well as to the development and the management of these programs made available to the members of this House. In addition, we propose a financial committee to oversee the aspects of these programs so that there is a clear following of the intended budget, and if changes need to be made to the intended budget, then the committee will be notified. Mr. Speaker, I know it seems that the opposition is against the government's propositions. Absolutely not. Though the resolution clearly needs some work, I am not. But we have to think logically. Morality alone does not run this country. And a house with a poor foundation will crumble, and we, the opposition, will not let this country crumble. I would like to end with this. Facts do not cease to exist because they are ignored. Mr. Speaker, I am obliged to you.
Thank you. Recognize the honorable member Riley.
Mr. Speaker, honorable members, good afternoon. Everyone has a right to life, liberty, and security of person. It is the government's obligation to carry out this right. The government has not forgotten its duty, though the opposition seems to make it to be. Today, we're here to discuss this resolution because we understand that. Yes, we saw the spikes in violence. And though we rush to provide you solutions in this resolution, but I see here, I have a note here, the opposition's solutions. Better, genuine mentorship. I think security was mentioned. Employment, not making extracurricular activities mandatory. For some reason, that's there. Identifying the root causes. Now, if you can look at this resolution and you can't see that the root causes are being identified, then you must need glasses as badly as I do. Because even point one, which is making awareness for the marginalized communities, it also addresses root cause. I mean, like, if I'm in a marginalized community and I feel marginalized, I'm gonna kind of act out, kinda. The addressing using extracurricular activities in schools, that's also addressing a root cause. The implementation of programs, educate and awareness, also addresses a root cause. I was not present for the criminal justice system length, so I won't speak on that. But the peer pressure and the lack of parental control, that was also addressed in this resolution. So, seems to me like the opposition really doesn't have very much solutions to offer, just criticize. The government stands here today with a heavy heart. You've heard it. And the opposition seems to be standing with, let's just argue. And quite frankly, I don't appreciate that because this is a dire time. I want lunch too. Right.
What point do you raise?
Sir, I rise on a point of order. The honorable member is misleading the House. He's stating that the opposition came here to just argue. I think that one of the first points, and I know that one of the first points I made while being here, was saying that this is not an issue to politicize, and this is an issue we need to all come together for. There's nothing about arguing. You're simply putting solutions on the table. We may do it in a pushy way in some instances, but I think the essence is we just want to provide solutions. And sometimes the only way that the government understands us on this side sometimes is if we say in a much deeper tone.
Thank you, member. Continue.
Yes, thank you very much. We are very happy that you want to offer solutions as hard as you want to push it. Back to what I was saying. The resolution, it addresses the issue. We don't just want reactive. And these solutions here address issues that we can be proactive about. We have proactive measures here. And I would like you all to understand that and acknowledge that. Yeah? So, I'm really hungry and I don't want to take too long with this.
Point raised.
I would like to stand on a point of elucidation.
Do you give way?
No, I'm hungry.
Please have a seat. Continue.
Right. I'll close by saying this. We have the best interests of the citizens at heart. We provide solutions because of this said interest. Yes? So, we thank you for the limited solutions that you offered, and we will look into it. I mean, the resolution, you claim for it not to be complete, and I heard one of the honorable members speaking about financing and stuff, but we also will say to that we want a whole of Barbados approach on this, so wherever finances can come, it will come. I am obliged.
Thank you. Any more contributions? Otherwise, please wrap up the debate. I recognize the honorable member Howell.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon to the members of this honorable House. Saint Mother Teresa said, "We do not need guns and bombs to bring peace. We need love and compassion." Martin Luther King. Nonviolence means avoiding not only the external physical violence, but it's also internal violence of spirit. You should not refuse to shoot a man, but you should also refuse to hate him. Thomas Edison. Nonviolence leads to the highest ethics, which is the goal of all evolution. Until we stop harming all other living beings, we are still savages. Martin Luther King once again comes back and says, returning violence for violence, multiple violence, adding deeper darkness to the night, devoiding of stars. Savages running in the darkness. Well, we spoke last week in the other place. My colleagues on the other side of this chamber said, Mr. Speaker, to me, that they were going back to committee to bring something better to this House today. Last week, I stood and I started by saying it is a band-aid on a sinkhole in this country. And I find the untimely nature of the government bringing such a debate and such a resolution to this honorable House. Just almost near to a year of us becoming a republic when we were talking about this crime and violence situation in this country for eons. Elections call, few faces change, no mandate, nothing changes with this administration. They came and presented the same nonsense as my colleague would have said. They tried to bring it through the back door. They came to this honorable House and questioned what is the relation to food and the finances that my honorable colleague spoke about Mason before. But if a nation cannot feed itself and cannot stand on its 2 feet, and if we cannot empower our people to be able to fish and not necessarily rely on handouts, how can we allow people in this country who are struggling to then come and tell them they can't turn to violence? Honorable members on this other side of the House, I need y'all to take a holistic approach. It's a whole of Barbados approach you came and told us. But y'all ain't look at this holistically. And many of y'all might need to see my ophthalmologist to be able to have the coal rubbed from your eyes. I live in the rural communities of this country. St. Peter and St. Lucie are very near to my heart. And still yet, you come week after week, boardroom meeting after boardroom meeting, and don't bring any solutions. We have a resolution that is incomplete, yes, but these solutions are not adding any substance. Moreover, violence, victims. I see the solutions for the victims. I hear you talk about men being the issue, Mr. Speaker, and I still have not seen the correlation between everything. You have a bunch of puzzle pieces on tables, sir. A bunch of puzzle pieces are not connecting. You need to be able to tell me from point A to point B, how will you get it done systematically? What are we going to do for the young men? For example, I have grown up in an education system where I heard people whisper in the walls of these educational facilities, man, this person could be 16 next month. Superannuation around the way for them. Are we caring about our students' progress and development in this country? We come and discuss education reform, a topic that's been on deaf ears from 2016 to now, when I would have first stood up in United Nations halls and hosts here in Barbados talking about a one-size-fits-all education system not good, and there's a dyslexic child in this country. And opportunities, this government comes and sit down and say time and time again, we fixing this, we get evaluations for this, but then we're not paving the road to allow them to run, we leave it to fall in the potholes of the streets. More taxes, more taxes, more taxes, and nothing being done. Honorable members, let's get serious. Get some buck, man. The impact, honorable members, that this is having not just on our tourism product, because it is the main foreign exchange earner for this country. If my tourists can't come here and feel safe, why should they fly to Barbados? It is going to impact the jobs. It is going to impact the employment opportunities. We need no aftermath. We need preventative measures. We need to rethink, relook. You come here and bring a resolution and then speak about offenders. You don't speak about the next steps after they left prison, how you can get them reemployed, how you can get them being productive, contributing, tax-paying citizens of this country.
Ma'am, you have 2 more minutes.
My law enforcement officers, joint patrols don't do anything. They don't. Camouflage and blue and gray, all black suits at night. Help me understand it. Leader of government business, help me understand it. You come and speak about a wide range of programs, but first and foremost, you must bring legislation to this house, not just to protect people within the LGBT community of this country, but also protect our children from the violence in these homes. Corporal punishment is still a thing. And many of these people that we have interviewed within the systems have said, oh, well, I used to get beat and abused by Mr. Father at home. So, you know what? I come and do the same thing. Violence is a chain reaction that needs to be broken. We have a beautiful emancipation statue up in Haggett Hall. But when are you going to break the chains and allow every child in this country to be truly free? Free of violence, free of harm. Now, my colleague would have discussed the court system, but I will not really touch on that. Thank you very much, Honorable Knight. But you have made promises to these people. You have come and added the magistrates and the judges, but the system is still moving like snail time. People are committing more acts of violence and we sat down together while they're on remand. When you're on remand for war murder and come and commit a next in this country. This is the Barbados that we live in, that we contributed to creating. Now, criminal activity. From 2012 to 2016, it's recorded within the Generation Unlimited statistics that were given by the United Nations, that on average 330 juveniles are recorded in some form or act of violence in this country. 60% between the ages of 16 to 18. 40% were committed by individuals between the age of 11 to 15. These are the things that we need to investigate with these young people. Social workers in communities. I still do not have my community center in Welland Quarter yet.
Member, I'm going to give you 25 seconds to finish this point because the time really has elapsed.
I still do not have my community center in Welland Quarter yet for my young people. And God rest the former representative who was agitating for it. Government needs to stop sleeping and bring sustainable solutions, not aftermath measures. Understand me? This is a serious thing. And y'all ain't come here showing me that y'all about serious business.
Thank you.
Mr. Speaker, I oblige to you.
Honorable Holder.
Good afternoon, Mr. Speaker. Good afternoon, members. This afternoon, I stand to support this resolution because I believe that it is the next step we are going to take in the right direction. And I heard a lot today about the root causes. So let me read this point here in the resolution. The creation and expansion of training programs for parents with the aim of preventing violence by reinforcing safe, stable, and nurturing relationships between children and their parents and caregivers. Ladies and gentlemen, this is where the issue starts. It starts from at home. And in the news a couple weeks ago, I saw that the Attorney General, the Honorable Dale Marshall, called for a whole of Barbados approach, and persons were in an uproar. But the government of Barbados do not raise children. And parents need to take some level of responsibility for their kids. And we recognize this, and we recognize as a government that not all parents are equipped with the qualities and the skills to raise productive, law-abiding citizens. Hence, why we want the training programs for the parents. I believe that some of these persons who have committed violence, acts of violence, are broken adults who were broken children who came from broken homes. This is why it is important for us to teach parents and provide parents with the qualities and the skills to raise
like I said before, productive citizens. I heard some members on the opposite side said that we are disregarding men. I would like to inform you all that boys are a part of this equation. See? This includes men. This includes boys. Let me go back. I understand that where the home fails, the next place that children are at school. And children spend most of their hours at school. I would inform the honorable member that children spend most of their time at school. And he said that we don't need these programs in schools, that we need them in communities. But I would like to inform the member that the Division of Youth, I stay from at home in my bed and I hear tuck bands beating at the top of my gap because of the programs. What happened? Because of the programs that this government is implementing in the young people.
Yeah, I raise on a point of order, Mr. Speaker. I admire the honorable member that she has programs within her community, but just remember that while I was speaking, I said that St. Lucie and St. Peter are very dear to my heart, and I would have mentioned my community center that still has not been fixed, far less built, but was promised to the people. And they have also stated that if you are fortunate to have tuck-band in your community, my young people don't have it. Rural people in this country have been neglected too long, and we are Barbadians too.
Thank you, member. Please continue.
If you would read, you would see that we are implementing these programs. Everything does not happen overnight. The fact that it happens in my community says that it is a start. As I was saying, I heard earlier that making these programs for our young people mandatory will create more pushback. Yes, that is what he said. I wrote it down. Will create more pushback and hence result in more violence in the young people. May I let you know that I am here because of one of those extracurricular activities that the Allen School had. I remember one day I got sent to the office. I did something wrong and I got sent to the office. And the principal was speaking to me and I was speaking to her too. And you know what she said? She said, "You like quarreling, go and join the debate society." And that is how I am here today, standing debating. You are saying that we are forcing our children. That's like saying we're forcing the children to do math and English. How many times, pardon me? How many times have you told your parents that you do not want to go to school because the children don't want to go to school or because the children are not interested in the programs does not mean that it will not benefit them. I did programs at school that I was not interested in at the time, but it has still catered to my development at this age right now.
What point do you raise, member?
Mr. Speaker, I stand on a point of order. The honorable member is misleading the House. It was highlighted that nobody's forcing the school children to participate in extracurricular activity. But clearly within the resolution it says mandatory. Is there a different definition of mandatory?
You are indeed correct. I just mean, right, that the word force has a negative implication to it. So I am trying to say that, yes, if you want to say we are forcing them, and we are forcing them to do the right thing. Okay? Great. Awesome. The honorable member, Barker, had mentioned that our education system is, he didn't say it in these words, but he was saying it is flawed and it only pushes academics. By implementing this,
you have a minute left, but I can give you 30 seconds because
they're interrupting me. Thank you. These programs are for the people that you say are hands-on people. These programs give these children the opportunity to do hands-on projects. At 11 years old, when you were probably at lessons, doing, for preparing for 11 plus, I was at Bashaw Community Center learning to make jewelry, and might I say my piggy bank was full because of that activity that I did at that age.
Thank you, Honorable
So now
Member.
I will move on. Sorry, my computer decided to play the fool. But now I will move on to the points of violence against. I want to speak a bit about the violence against women. You giving me a couple minutes to do so?
No,
Alex, I last. Give me a couple minutes.
No, my belly on flat.
Right. In the 2021 Trafficking in Person report, Barbados was placed at Tier 2. And when a country is placed at Tier 2, it is saying that we are not seen as not fully meeting the standards, but that we are making significant efforts to meet them. I heard someone talk about the police force. Let me just inform you that we have dedicated a unit to fight cases of domestic violence in this country. And yes, we know that it only has 4 persons working at the moment, but this resolution have words such as expansion. And this is what we as a government is working towards.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Please have a seat. Thank you. Honorable Leader, Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I see you're taking a check at your watch. I understand that the members of the House may be famished, but I would just like to spend a few moments to rein us back in before we head out to lunch. Because we're here to do the business of young people. We were called to this place to represent young people, and I think it's important that we do deference and represent their interests. Mr. Speaker, sir, I stand with somewhat of a heavy heart. And I stand with a heavy heart because we came here today, started this discussion with an understanding that we would not politicize this issue. We came here today with an agreement that we're here to do the business of young people, and so we will speak to the matter of the resolution and provide tangible solutions. Now, I believe it is important to give credit where credit is due, and the opposition has provided ample suggestions for how we can improve this resolution. And I do think that the resolution needs a bit more work, considering what we have heard today. Mr. Speaker, sir, this government is not in the business of mandating anything on anybody that they don't want. This government is not in the business of putting people through pain and suffering. We're in the business of uplifting young people and Barbadians. This resolution spoke specifically to the creation of mandatory social programs, and I'm going to speak to this because it is a point that was reiterated several times by both sides of the divide. Now, in Barbados, we have a bracket defined or considered to be the compulsory school age. Compulsory, what does that mean? I used a lot of adjectives and synonyms here today. Compulsory is the same thing as mandatory. You have no choice. You have to attend school between the ages of, I think they start at 3 to, until the age of 16. You decide if you want to do sixth form or not. And we have seen how that has reaped benefit for the people of Barbados. There was a time when you didn't have, or we didn't have rather, access to education. I'm not talking about us here today, but our ancestors. They had to go on fields and work. Other persons with other social backgrounds were allowed access to the education because their parents knew it was useful to them. But poor black boys and poor black girls in this country were not allowed that privilege. The government came here today and we suggested that we understand there's social programs that are useful for the development of young people. And instead of discriminating against certain young people in this country, we've included provisions for it to be mandatory so that everyone can have access to them. That is why we're here today. The point that was belabored about alcohol, and it pained me and I was upset, and I must apologize to the Honorable Member Spooner for cutting short what was a brilliant presentation. Because I get this sense of angst and anger when I hear people talk about alcohol and the benefits and why we shouldn't tax it. Mr. Speaker, sir, we're not here about the responsible consumption of alcohol. We're talking about the over-consumption of alcohol in this country, which leads people to engage in violent behaviors. That is why we propose the tax. Now, government has a responsibility to look out for the social welfare of the people in their country. We sign on to a bunch of human rights, and that is the principle. When the government took the position to put the tax on sugar-sweetened beverages, it wasn't because, we want more money in our pockets. It was because there was a recognition that 1 in 3 children in this country are obese or overweight. There was a recognition that the majority of the money we spent at the QEH is to treat NCDs. And so the government decided, as a policy to address the issue of NCDs in this country and childhood obesity, they would introduce a 10% tax on sugar-sweetened beverages. Again, it pained me. I probably should see the doctor afterwards. It pained me to hear members on the other side suggest that there was no benefit from this tax on the sugar-sweetened beverages. I had to pull up the statistics. Members of this honorable House, research shows, and I'm quoting from the NCDI Institute, I'll make this a document of the House so each of you can be aware of it, that the effects of price increase in alcohol consumption can dramatically reduce incidents of violence amongst young people. And the study goes through the addictive nature of alcohol, the overconsumption of alcohol, drinking by youths and by young adults. I want when we present and speak to young people that we try our best to research. This government came here today with a resolution that was well resolved to look at things we understood to affect young people. We know that in this country, the opposition members as well, they'd be ignorant to state otherwise. We know there's an issue with LGBTQ persons in this country. We know that their rights are infringed upon. The government sought to include here protection for these marginalized groups. We heard just last week from Sergeant Weeks that in incidences where there's a domestic violence situation between 2 men, the coverage of that under our law is non-existent. How do you treat to that? Is that a domestic violence issue? Is that intimate partner violence? How is partnership defined in our laws? A male and a female. The government has recognized that, and we are proposing that we take this step to protect those marginalized groups. Children. An issue that pains me is the level of abuse that our children are experiencing in this country. Child abuse is rampant. Corporal punishment within our schools is something that we are scared to address. Now, I know some people say it's a cultural norm that if the child is going along the wrong way, you drop a couple lashes in them, but psychologists would tell you that there is a long-lasting impact of those incidences of violence on the child. And in the spirit of the discussion on youth violence in this country, we're saying that we need to start from young to protect our young people. We need our parents to be trained. We need the community to come back and understand their role. We need the whole of Barbados to be a part of the process. Mr. Speaker, sir, in pulling this together, I'd like to make reference to the work being done by the NCSA. Now, the honorable member on the other side, Ms. Spooner, intended to present it, so I'll share a bit. The fact that the NCSA continues to provide support to young people, government organizations, private organizations, and other entities to help in reducing the levels of addiction in this country. And credit is due to the NCSA. And I'll wrap up now, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that we've been here for a while and we've belabored the topic, but I want the message to be clear to the people of Barbados. And bear with me while I stress it for a bit. It takes a village. It is not a one-man issue. This is not an issue that only the Royal Barbados Police Service can fix. This is not an issue that only the NCSA can fix. This requires a whole of society approach. So those within the hearing of my voice, I beg you to consider your role in this Barbados in ensuring that people, young people, are provided with strong moral support and guidance. Now, we know that this Youth Parliament debate resolution is just to foster some conversation around young people. But I want to make a call to actions to the powers that be, our Prime Minister, our Minister of Youth, our Minister of People Empowerment. 30 young people sat here today and shared their views on what should happen in this country as it relates to youth violence. I only ask that you consider for a moment the views shared here today and implement them. Listen to us. After all, we are living these experiences. I want the government to understand, and I believe they do, the decisions they make today impact our future, our children's future. This is why we need a seat at the table. This is why programs like the Barbados National Youth Parliament is useful. So, Mr. Speaker, against this backdrop, I propose to this Honourable House, not that we accept the resolution, but that I so move that we take this resolution for consideration and debate. We make some changes based on the recommendations that have been presented by the honourable members on the opposition. And we facilitate that this resolution be presented to the members of Parliament of this country, Barbados, so that they can consider what we think, what we consider necessary for the prevention of violence amongst young people. Now, I came here with an African proverb, it takes a village to raise the child. Several persons here pointed out how their villages have raised them. But a pertinent point was raised afterwards, and we're seeing the effects of it today. A child who is not embraced by that village will burn it down to feel their warmth. Mr. Speaker, I'm much obliged.
Mr. Speaker, sir. Yeah, Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to move the vote of thanks and reserve my right to speak.
I'd like to move that we pass this motion, the resolution.
I second this motion.
Question is that this resolution do now pass. All those in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say nay. Aye. Methinks the ayes have it. I now work. Accordingly, this resolution do not pass and so cited.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I'd like to move that we adjourn this session of Parliament until other seating. August the 4th at 10 a.m.
Speaking on the adjournment. All right, so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I thank you for having us today. As we debated and we had fruitful discussion, and we tried to land the plane many times. However, you know when there's turbulence, you gotta go around and around to get to the destination. Cognizant of the fact, though, sir, that the last time we were in this house was 8 years ago, I call on the powers that be as well to not let this be the last time and not let us disappear for another 8 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, I ask that these recommendations also be taken into consideration, the PATH project and the Bloom project that exists with the mentorship at the Government Industrial School. And I'm told that there's another mentorship program starting at the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and Community Empowerment coming very soon. So I do ask that these things be publicized so that our young people can take part in them and they never feel as though things are happening that they're not aware of because they're not publicized well. I ask as well that we consider expanding the family conflict unit. And another point on the family conflict unit that I'd really like to just speak on quickly is that, you know, I think many people, social workers like myself, will love to work at the family conflict unit, but we know that you have to become a police officer first. And that may need some attention because a person may have a passion for domestic violence and really want to assist the unit, but may not necessarily want to be a part of the police force. So we also asked, as the debate was going on, many young people were saying, especially on social media, what is this unit? We've never heard of this unit. We love to get in contact with this unit because we're experiencing domestic violence. And I'll also call on the powers that be, whether it be the nation, Barbados Today, or the local media, to publicize this unit and publicize how persons can reach this unit so that persons can get the necessary assistance. I also thank the government for providing the free education, and we ask that it continues because we were reminded that there was a time where households that had many children had to choose one who furthered their education, and the others had to find a trade. Sir, last one is to make the amnesties more attractive because I am reliably informed by the statistics that the last amnesty we had was in 2019 and we collected 32 guns. And half of them are rusty. It was full of tetanus in there. And we do hope that we can make this amnesty more attractive, that we can collect more and do like South Africa and almost get 25,000 if there's so many here. And we melt them that they don't get back on the streets. So I thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I thank you, members on the other side. And we thank the Parliament of Barbados for making this debate possible, along with the Ministry of Youth, Sport, and Community Empowerment. So God bless.
Thank you, honorable member. On a personal note, I'm so pleased to see how active this parliament, this new session was. I appreciate the passionate and spirited debate here this afternoon today. I think following from here, we will take in all the points, we will draw, and as the resolution suggests, we will form a communique to then distribute to the various ministries as well as members of parliament. So again, thank you. The question has been put that this House adjourns until August 4th. All those members in favor, please say aye. All those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it accordingly. This House now stands adjourned until August 4th.